justify that we have a good idea.
Perfect. To see and check whether the idea is very good, justify our idea. That's very important. Then, after we get the green light from them, from whom we need to get the green light? NCPs, EC if possible, and it's exactly another expert related to our field. So as soon as we get the green traffic light, C, then we go and now we can invest more time on reading, R. Yes, and reading a lot of, as you've seen, a lot of information, and also we need to do a very thorough, deep research on previously funded projects. It's a fundamental one. Yes? If you don't do that, don't proceed. As simple as that. Yes? Go and submit, go prepare a scientific paper, go for national funding, but don't go for Horizon Europe funding. As simple as that. All right, and you need to do a lot of deep research on that. Where do you find previously funded projects? Cordis. Very good. Cordis. Now, Cordis is the easiest way. Let's put it that way. However, there is another tool that can allow you to, well, we didn't discuss that yesterday, but maybe it's a little bit more advanced, but I see you're a very good student. So maybe you would like to know that also. Is Horizon Dashboard. Have you been using Horizon Dashboard for finding previously funded projects? Yes? How do you use it? There is a, let me check if we have a, here, I will, from the reference documents also, we cannot find previously funded projects. We find, can you see? Okay, you find some projects, but not all of them. Yeah, so, yes, this is the work program. The work program. This is the funding opportunities. Let me open a bracket here and try to go to Horizon Europe, if I manage to type correctly. Horizon Dashboard. So we go to Horizon Dashboard. You go to R&I projects. You see that button here? I mean, I didn't know the link. I just Googled Horizon Dashboard. So you go to that one, I guess. So it takes some time because it has to load a lot of information. So then you go to project details. And here it gives you in a visual information based on the different names that you select projects. Now, what did I say yesterday? I think that was very interesting. If you want to have an advantage in your proposals, you need to include, in addition to the beneficiaries, the direct partners, you need to include also what? Stakeholders that we call them associate partners. Very good. You remember. Tell me one type of organization that is very nice to have. We discussed that yesterday as an associate partner. Government. Yes. So let's see now. I'm going to tell you, give you a trick, how to identify public organizations, governments that have been involved in European projects. Because CODIS cannot give you that. In CODIS, you check all the projects, and then you need to see whether in any of those consortia there is one public organization. You will waste a lot of time there. So with Horizon Dashboard, there is a quick way to do that. So what we will do is that you see here, it has on that the top funded projects. So it has here all the projects that have been funded. Now, before looking at that tab here, what I would like is I would like the top funded projects, but I would like top funded projects with a specific organization type in their consortium. So if we click here, what type of organization we're looking for? We are looking for ministries. Yes? We are looking for projects that involve ministries. Yes or no? Okay. Ministry is what? Is a public organization. Yes or no? Yes. So I'm going to select here PUB. PUB stands for public. Yes, please. Yes, yes. I leave that up to you. You're the expert. Because one of the purposes of Horizon Europe is yes, but if you talk to someone and they don't know Horizon Europe, the public servants are afraid to take any commitment, even if they are associate partners. So you need to, it will make your job easier. I don't know how successful you've been so far, but it will make your job easier if you contact organizations that they have already been involved in European projects and they are not afraid to take any responsibility. Do you follow the concept that I'm saying? If you go to someone and try to convince him to participate in Horizon Europe project and they don't know what is Horizon Europe, in 90% of the cases, they will say no. Why? Because they don't want to go outside their comfort zone. Do you understand the concept? Okay. You want to say? Yes, if you have public organization, the impact is greater. So you can try and contact your municipality and etc., but it is by far more important if you have ministries. Ministries are at a much higher level. Okay. So what I'm going here, I selected PUB. So my, and then I can even select country, and I will go with Turkey. So I can play around, as you can see. Huh? Okay. So now, what I have all the projects. If I go now to the top funded projects, and I will enlarge that window, I have all the projects that they have involved, what? Remind me? Public organizations and they have partners from Turkey. They have partners from Turkey. Yes? Okay, because I selected that. That doesn't mean that necessarily the public organization is from Turkey, but means that they have already partners from Turkey. And that can be handy. Why? Because if you want to contact that ministry, maybe, or a public organization, maybe you can contact them through the Turkish participant to that project. You contact that Turkish partner and say, I see that you are involved in a project that has a public organization as a participant. Can you contact them and see whether you and the ministry are interested to participate in our project? You follow it? That's the way that you need to think about. So now, and what we have here at this column is the link that will take us to the Cordis database. And when they take us to the Cordis database, we will see the projects, we will see more details, and we will be able to see whether they are involving a project, a public organization, a ministry, as a partner. Now, another thing that we can do before going there is I would like to do a little bit more. I would like, first of all, to select only Horizon Europe. program, so to sort it out. And I would like also to check the pillar. Here, I would like only to check pillar 2. Why pillar 2? Because pillar 2 is the one that has collaborations. Yes? So I select, this is the official name of pillar 2, Global Challenges and European. So we have that. So now we have here, if we go back and we enlarge it, we have now all the projects that they have a Turkish partner, a public organization, so there aren't that many, and they are from pillar 2. So you see now that we have innovation actions here, research innovation actions, so these are collaborative ones. And you can even check here from the topic description, yes, and see whether you are related to any of those areas. For example, urban planning, or circular cities, or hydrogen valleys. So you can even narrow down and look only for those projects that you have a research interest. Do you follow that? Because you can even narrow down those searches. So if the organization names will be here when we check those links, we will go. Yes, and will direct you to Cordis. But now you know already, instead of going to Cordis, before going to Cordis, you know already a list of all those projects that they involve and a Turkish partner and a public organization. Now, so I will check this health impact. So I will go here. I will go to that one to see. I mean, I don't know. So you see, it took me to Cordis. This is the Cordis. Now, and normally we should have partners from Turkey, and we see here the partners from also from Turkey, Ege University, for example. Also, this is because it's related to health. And you see here, Ministry of Health. You see? From Israel. And we have Ministry of Health from Israel. And we have Ministry of, I guess, Ministry of Health of Italy. Ministero della Salute. Amen. And we have ministry, so we have two ministries on that one. And we have one, maybe we have more because I saw here. So we should have two partners from Turkey. We have Ege University and Hacettepe University. Yes? So you can contact. Now you need to go to the. Now what is next? Remind me from yesterday. What do we need to do next? We need contact details. Yes or no? How can we find contact details? So how can we find the Proje website? Normally it used to be here, but not anymore. Normally they used to have it here as a globe, not anymore. So what we're doing, we Google it. Yes, it works better when we have. So Control C, I guess. When we have also the name of the project, Climbos, and then the full title. So I will go here. I will write. No, it's not with C. Climbos, and then hopefully this one to see what I get. And you see that's the project website, that's the first search. I click there. This is important not only for that, but for finding partners, for finding proposal initiators. If you are, for example, dealing with that area, for sun-fly-borne disease detection and mitigation. Okay, I will say accept all. So you remember, first of all, you see two contacts to see whether there is a name there. Okay, they have that address, they don't have a name, so for me it doesn't say that much information. So, okay, I will not use that. And what did we say we're going to look for? We're going to look for what? Publication. So we might go to resources, we might go publications. You see here, deliverables. So I will check deliverables to see if they have any. Okay. So we're looking for ones that are public. These are sensitive. So we're looking for these ones that are public. And I don't know whether I can click on them. Because normally this is what I would like to have. You see? The data management plan. We discussed that yesterday, you remember? Data management plan gives the governance body. So it gives all the details from all the participants. But it is sensitive, so it doesn't allow me. Let me see if they have anything else here. No, although they are public, they don't seem to have any other downloadable information, so it doesn't say that much to me. I might go to resources, I might go to publications. Vector of the month, so let's see. Donors, I will try the first one. Okay, I see the author. At least I got the name. Carlos, Carla, Maya. Yes? Okay, and if I download it, I guess it's from a Portuguese organization, but if I download it, probably I will see whether there are anyone else. So this one has more, and I think this is a Turkish name, no? Yes, so maybe I can try now and look the contact details of those Turkish participants. In Google, in your network, you know more or less that they are from either Ege University or from the other university. So it shouldn't be that difficult to find the contact details. Do you agree on that? But we got a name now. So that's the philosophy behind it. This is intelligence. All right. So if you want to include the Ministry of Israel or the Ministry of Italy in your proposal, you contact those people, yes, Korai or someone else, in order to intervene and help you to be involved, to involve that ministry and invite both in your proposal. Yes? Because there is a win-win scenario. You offer something, they offer something as a reciprocity. Clear? Yes? So, Horizon Dashboard is a very useful tool. Not many people use it. Also for that, not only for statistics, but also for finding specific type of projects that you would like from those projects to take some intelligence, whatever that is. Maybe it was deliverables. Maybe you wanted to find out which projects have been involving specific type of organizations from specific countries, partners, and etc. So it's very useful. All of them. For the time being, I selected the one for Horizon Europe. So all of them. Yes. And all of them, sometimes not in Horizon Dashboard, but in Cordis, you can specify. In Cordis, you can specify whether they are ongoing or closed projects as a filter. But in Horizon Dashboard, you don't have that. I see here, yes, that finishes end of August this month, yes, this year. So, you have that. Is that clear for everyone, how you can use Horizon Dashboard? Very important. It's a very intelligent tool. Okay, so now I'm closing that bracket that was quite open, and I go back to my questions. So we had the reading. Then as soon as we read everything that we believe we should be read. We had a whole list. Then what we need to prepare as a summary of what? Executive summary. But before executive summary of our proposal, we need to prepare as an outcome of reading what? When we read everything, when we analyze everything, then what we need as an output of that step? A summary of what? It was a summary of the call topic. You remember, we said the call topic. You need to prepare a summary. The deadline, the primary objectives, related projects, related documents, 2 pages. Summary of the call, not of our idea yet. Clear? As soon as we do that, then we go to the next step, which is E, I create. E, which is yes. Is executive summary, is encapsulation, is the proposal summary, which should be 3.5 pages. I suggest not to be 1 page. It's not enough. Because you're going to work thoroughly on your state-of-the-art analysis, as you said. What is the state-of-the-art analysis? Is the problem, scientific problems, yes or no? State-of-the-art analysis are scientific problems. And we build the summary based on which technique? The power technique. Exactly. So we build it in that way, where most of the effort will be spent on developing the problems, the challenges, and then we build all the other things, which are the objectives, the work plan, the expertise, and the results. Good. And as soon as we have a proposal summary, what we can do now? Attract core partners. We use Cordis, we use Horizon Dashboard. You see now how that is very well connected. Because if you go with the normal practice, what is the normal practice? Info days, partner sets, facilities, and social media. As you've seen yesterday, they were not working that. 5% each one of them. What is really powerful is friends, collaborators, and friends of collaborators. Yes? The people that are actually here involved. So you need to become a friend of Korai. You need to become a friend. So actually, I need to follow, I need to give you another tip here that I didn't say yesterday. Always, in order to become a friend, you don't ask. What do? You don't ask. Ask me to, I would like to be you to, please, I would like you to introduce me to the Ministry of Health. No, you don't ask that. You need first to do something else. To? Compliment, you offer. You offer, first of all, a compliment. Secondly, you offer something else. You offer your expertise. You offer a partnership. You offer a LinkedIn recommendation. You offer something. So it's not ask and you shall receive, but give and you shall receive. Yes? Not ask and you shall receive, first give and you shall receive. So that's the way that you need to work things, by thinking what you can offer to Korai before asking. Is this clear? Always. Always. Perfect. So we attract, we finalize the core consortium, that we can go with that. I mean, what is the core consortium? Core consortium is all the partners that we need in order to implement all the work package and the work plan activities. That's it. Now, if there are some other additional partners on the road, some associate partners, and etc., are more than welcome. But we need to have the core partnership finalized, that we can go with. This is the minimum partners that we need in order to ensure that we have the resources for implementing the work plan and achieving the project objectives. Yeah. Okay. One question, yes?
Don't need another partner. Like we need the third partner, another partner who is connecting us to the third. So in that case, how we will handle the situation?
Can you explain, because the sound is not very good. So when you are partner A, then there is partner B, and then there is partner C. You want partner C. You don't have connections with partner C, but partner B has connections with partner C. And it's easier for you to connect with partner B than with partner C. Yes. So when you're going to approach partner B, you need to offer something to them. So what you need to offer is a partnership and of partner B and of partner C. You need to find a position for them. You need to include them as with a very minor role. Something in a work package with a limited budget, because if you don't need them means that you don't have that much budget for including them. This is the restriction normally that you have. You offer a position with a limited budget. Yes, that's the only way. But you need to offer something. Yes. Always. Don't try to escalate them. No, it's not. It will not look good. And in some cases, if you try to escalate them, they might fight against you. All right. So it's synergies. It's win-win all the time. Find ways to have win-win. Find ways to have everyone happy. Everyone. Find ways for that. Okay. So then we finalize the consortium. Then we start, as soon as we have the final consortium ready, we start writing the proposal. Today we're going to discuss also the criteria formula, which means how you're going to impress the evaluators, how the evaluators think before our group practice. And remind me how many we need a team to write a proposal. So yesterday we've discussed also 4 different roles that we should have in our team that develops the proposal. Can you remind me those 4 roles? No, roles for roles in the team for writing. The coordinator, the proposal leader, the one that coordinates. So, one by one. First of all, it's the proposal leader. The proposal leader normally is the one that coordinates 3 things. The partnership, the who writes what, assigns who writes what, and quality assessment of the contributions. If you notice, I didn't say that he or she should write something. Ideally, he or she should not write anything. Why? Because those tasks are quite a lot. So in addition, you need to have a proposal writing team that will write from your team internally or from partners. And you remember that we said yesterday, we normally need 2 types of expertise in the proposal writing team. In the proposal writing team, we need 1 or more to write the scientific part, that they have deep knowledge on the scientific domain of your proposal, the ones that more or less created the state-of-the-art analysis. And those will prepare the scientific part, which is the excellence, plus the implementation part, how the scientific part will be achieved. They are the ones that should know that with work packages. And then we need another expertise on board that will write what? The? No, that will be part of the coordinator. Societal, you said something. Impact. The impact. We have not only scientific impacts that are part of the excellence, we have what? Economical and societal impacts. Who will write all that? If you follow a training on impact, and I think this program can offer a training on impact. You will be able to write it even if you are a scientist. But if you don't have that kind of training, then you need to find someone else that will think and prepare impact strategies. Yes, or I mean, even if they are people from the social science, they need to know how to develop an impact strategy. Yeah? Yes, you can get an outside with TÜBİTAK support. You can have an expert to do that, exactly. Or find a partner that has that kind of expertise, as you said, with social science and humanity disciplines, but also with a strategy to build that. But you need that. You need that on board. So you need two expertise. Is that clear? Scientific expertise and impact expertise. Very good. And then, what is the other role that you need in your development team? Administrative. Someone that will take care of contacting all the partners and asking administrative information. This is extremely important. Because if you don't have that person, who will do it? Either the coordinator or the proposal writing team. So they will not do something that is of high value. So find someone that can help you for the administrative. Whenever I deliver that kinds of trainings, I receive sometimes from the audience, but our organization doesn't provide us an administrative person to help us on that. Yes? Is this the case here in you? Yes? Okay, so I always reply with the answer that I give to my two sons whenever they are finding excuses. You are failing when you're blaming. Yes. So, what you need to understand is, okay, you don't have someone that is a secretary to help you. Find a colleague of yours, ask that as a favor, and next time when he or she will be preparing a proposal, do the same thing for them. Yes? Find resources for that. Be thinking outside the box is very important. So you are, I take for granted that you have a person that will deal with the administrative. One way or the other, you will find it. And you have to find it. Otherwise, you will have to do it. Even if you're not initiating a proposal yourselves and you are partners, imagine how powerful it is when you are communicating with that coordinator to convince them to take you on board, to tell them, I will take over all the administration. Offer something. I will be the one contacting all the partners, arranging the meetings, arranging when is the best meeting time and date to meet, asking for all the administrative information. Someone that initiates a proposal, when you see that kind of willingness, you will be more open to take you on board. So I would like to emphasize, it's not your scientific expertise that will be a ticket, a passport for putting you on board in a consortium that other people prepare. It's all the other things. Many participants have similar or even better scientific expertise than yours. That's the truth. What they don't have or they haven't thought about is all the other additional offerings that you can have. Support in the administration. Yes. Support in finding an expert. Support in communication with the EC officer. We discussed that yesterday. Support in bringing on board ministries for, now you know how, ministries on the consortium as associate partners. And I'm sure you can think many other things. Clear? Yes? And the last role that we need to have in our team is an external evaluator. Because an external evaluator should be why external? Should not be external, we mean someone that hasn't been involved in the proposal preparation, in the proposal writing. Why? Because as we said yesterday, writing a proposal is like giving birth to our baby. So we're biased. And we don't want to be biased. We want unbiased, critical assessment of the proposal. what is really bad and how we can improve it. All right, perfect. So we have the team on board, then we have an external expert. An external expert can be someone, a colleague, can be someone else that you ask as a favor, can be through TÜBİTAK support if you are coordinating a proposal, a professional expert that you can have. So you have that kind of channels to have an external expert, one way or the other. Then you have the proposal evaluated, normally and preferably 10 days before the submission deadline. So try to have an internal deadline to finish everything 2 weeks before the submission deadline. Remember why you need to do that? Parkinson law, not Parkinson disease, Parkinson law. The less time you have, the more effective you get. So you have the proposal evaluated, and then you have something like 1 week or so to work on your weaknesses. And that is the best way to make good proposals into great proposals. Because most of the proposals, when they finish, are good proposals. But good proposals fail. Only great proposals are getting funded. Clear? All right. So, you evaluate the proposal, you submit it, you tidy up, and last but not least, you evaluate, you submit the proposal, you tidy up, you thank all the partners, you celebration. You remember that. Celebrate. It's why? For 2 reasons. It was a big journey, and you need to train, and the second reason, you need to train the brain to start writing proposals. Because most of us don't like writing proposals. We need to train it. All right. Perfect. And yesterday, so
What do you think for the whole process takes how many days or months?
let me go to I will answer that question right now. So let me go to where we stopped yesterday. We did a lot of slides yesterday, eh? Oh my God. So we stopped here. Congratulations, I mean, you're doing a good job. Perfect. So, this is more or less the answer to you. If I consider T0 the submission deadline, yes, and let's go backwards, I need something around 4 months, preferably before the submission deadline, working on the proposal idea. The latest 3 months before the submission deadline. And you are okay with that because normally the calls are submitted 4 to 3 months. They are published, the calls, 4 to 3 months before the submission deadline. So that follows it. The next one is, okay, it's a continuous process, but you need to start connecting. 4 months before the submission deadline, as soon as you know and you have an idea that you have developed, you start connecting. 3 months before the submission deadline, you need to have completed the studying the call, all this information that we said. Then you need to have 2.5 months before the submission deadline, you need to have the proposal summary ready, the executive summary. Then 2 months before, you need to have finalized the core consortium, the team that you can go forward, and any other partner that will be added will be an optional one. 1.5 months before, you need to start writing your proposal. You start writing your proposal, transforming it. And transforming your proposal means from an empty template into a great one. 1 week before the submission deadline, you need to have completed the evaluation process, and then you submit the proposal. So that's what we have here in the I creates sequence that you have. Now, most of you will start working here, 2 months before the submission deadline. It's a bad practice. I can tell you why. Because the earlier you start, you spend the same person effort, but you're more relaxed. And if you're more relaxed, you can be more, you're not stressed. And if you're not stressed, you can think of nice ideas that you cannot think when you're stressed. When you're intoxicated, the brain cannot think that creativity doesn't work. Efficiency might work, but we want creativity. We don't want efficiency. So, if you want to be creative, because you will need creativity, you need to start as early as possible. It will be the same effort, but it will be by far more significant from the success point of view. So we have the timeline here, more or less, as an indicative. And something that I would like to highlight here is that if you don't do connection, if you don't do good network, if you don't a network for an evaluator also, and you just try to write a perfect proposal with the perfect team, you will just reach 60% of the maximum quality that you can reach. Only 60%. It's not enough. Because if you want to have a great proposal, because you want 100% of the potential to be reached, you need to connect for getting feedback on your idea. You need to connect for attracting the best partners. You need to connect for having an expert to help you on evaluating a proposal idea and proposal drafts and etc. Otherwise, you will reach the maximum that you can reach. I can guarantee to you is 60%. And it's not worth it. Clear? That one? So, that's why a lot of the group exercise that we have now, they are related to connection also. Nice. I would like you to start being more open in connecting, and what we did here is something that I would like to see also in practice from your side. And we finished step 2. And what is time now? Time now is for what? For a quiz. Yes. Yes, it is for a quiz. So let's see how that works. Join, I hope it will work. Where is it? Sorry. Live quiz, get ready. It started? Okay. 3 seconds. Started?
Yeah, it started already, yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, it started.
Okay. Go for it. It started? Yes? No, I need to activate it. I need to can we go to the Slido? Can we go to the Slido? Where is it? I don't know how that worked. No, sorry. I think these are old ones. Can we go to the Slido? Or maybe I can present. No, maybe we go to the power slide. Says login.
Stop share diyebiliriz. Orada da görüntü var.
This one?
Yes. No, this is the PowerPoint. Yes. Okay, yeah. Yeah.
Let me share my screen.
Present. Do you need to present?
If I say present, it starts?
It should start.
Okay. Wait, let me...
Yeah. Should start. Okay, can you now connect and it should be active? Hmm? Can you answer that? You okay? I will go back. Okay. Can you? Let's see how that will work. Normally there should have been a... Okay. Okay, at least I've seen. Most of you did that. So let's proceed. Yes. Correct. Ah, Ufuk is very efficient. My God. Okay. Next one. Identical topics and documents. I think we've discussed that, but just in case. Okay, very good. Some of them have selected connect. I'm surprised. Ah, a new one, Zainab. Now. Oh my God, yes. Okay. Next one. That should be easy, I guess. On that one. Who said false?
How the question is formulated.
Hey, you need to, yes. 10 victory summary, yes. I mean, okay. And 43 said true. Again, Zainab maintains her league. Next one. So recommended minimum strikes of proposal summary. I think that's easy. Hopefully. So let's see. Okay, some of you said A and C. Wow, I'm surprised. Anyway, please, it's power. Remember that. Next one, Zainab maintains the league. Okay, next one. It's it's associate partner. Remember that. It's very important, eh? Again, Zainab on board. Next one. I think that's the last one. Shall begin after the good deadline is published. Be careful on these statements. Sometimes you know the answer, but you might be a little bit confused. Okay, it's false. Yes. Now we have Ufuk. That's okay, but okay. Thank you for trying. So an applause to Ufuk. Who is Bulent? Well done, Bulent. One to Bulent. Then we have Zainab. An applause to Zainab also. Guzin. Nice. And Samet. Okay, very good. All right, I will deactivate the quiz now so we can go back. So that was nice, interesting. And now we can go to our next one. Evet. Continue to vote. No. So we have now. So now we need to go to the third step, which is a very important one. And I will try to. How I present. Go with this one. Oh. Okay, now step 3. Let's understand what the evaluator is going to see. I will wear now the hat of the evaluator. So I'm going to give you, being an evaluator for more than 20 years, consecutive years in FP6, FP7, FP Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe. I can tell you a little bit about the way that the evaluators think and what they're looking for, first of all, and how to impress them. Before that, let me tell you a little bit about the evaluation process. As we discussed yesterday, we have 2 parts in the proposal. We have part A and part B. What is part A? Part A is an online part, which is the administrative information. Part B is the technical description, and it is uploaded as a PDF document. Correct? Now, part A is used for eligibility, first of all, to see whether we have the minimum number of partners that are required according to the call and according to the type of organizations and according to the country that they are based. There are some eligibility criteria. So we have those. Then, as soon as we filter out any ineligible, non-eligible proposal, then we are going to evaluate, we give to the evaluators the proposals that have to be evaluated. The evaluators will mainly read part B plus from part A. It is not here, but it is part of the administrative data. They will read also the abstract. Yes? Abstract is 2,000 characters, is a summary of 2,000 characters of your full project. So they will read it. And that's important also for you, as you will see later. So now the evaluators will check the proposal, and they will have to assess based on specific criteria. Now, let's see something that is quite important here on the evaluation process. We, first of all, have, when we receive a proposal from the system, we download it, and we need, the first stage is that we need to evaluate it by ourselves on our own. We don't know who else is evaluating the same proposal. We just read it and we evaluate it. We provide our comments and we provide also the marks that we believe the comments reflect. As soon as we are done with that, there is one problem now. What? Two more evaluators have evaluated the same proposal. Yes or no? Yes. Normally we have 3 evaluators. So what do we have? We have 3 different set of comments per criterion and 3 different set of marks. Yes or no? So what we need to do? We need to agree. So that's why we need to have a consensus. Consensus means agreement. So that's why we have a consensus meeting, to have a consent. So in that meeting, we meet now. Sometimes we meet physically. Before COVID, we used to meet physically. During COVID, we were meeting virtually. Now, some units, they still ask a virtual live meeting, or some others, they pay more money and we have a physical meeting. So we meet now in that consensus meeting, and we need to make sure that we are going to agree on common comments and common marks. Now, the way that it works, and it's very important, is that in the consensus meeting, there are normally 3 evaluators, the ones that read and evaluated the proposal, an EC officer that is responsible for coordinating the meeting, but they are not at all entitled to comment on the quality of the proposal. They are not entitled at all. They are just chairing the meeting. The 3 evaluators are the ones that are entitled to comment on the quality of the proposal only. And in some cases, we have another additional expert that is called rapporteur, or that is a liaison that acts as a secretary that records the minute meetings, so what has been said, why it has been said, and also facilitates the formulation of the common comments that the 3 experts have to agree. That expert also is not entitled for commenting on the quality of the proposal. Only the 3 evaluators that have been assigned. Clear so far? So now, the evaluators, they need to comment. We said yesterday that Horizon Europe has 3 evaluation criteria. Yes? Remind me which are these, very quickly. Which are the 3 evaluation criteria? Impact, excellence, and implementation. So, for each one of those, so also the grant application consists of 3 sections. One is called excellence, the other one is called impact, and the other one is called implementation. So when we are going to, as evaluators, evaluate the excellence criterion, we are going to read the excellence section. We read the excellence section and we give our comments for the excellence criterion. During the consensus meeting, the project officer will have to do one thing first, to make sure that we all have an agreement on common comments. We have to agree on the comments that we have to give, not on a mark, on the comments, and you will see why that is important. A good project officer, sometimes that is not the case, but an experienced project officer will ask only for comments to be agreed. Do you believe, okay, what did you like? I like this one. Do the others agree on that? Yes, okay, write that. What you didn't like? I didn't like that one. Do the others agree? Yes. Write that down. Do you want to comment on something else that has to be written on the common comments? Another expert says, yes, I would like that one to be, because I believe that also this is something important and has to be stressed out, either positive or negative. Okay. Do you agree the other experts? Yes, no, we don't agree. We believe it needs to be formulated. This is too excessive. Okay, there is a discussion, and at the end they agree on a common comment. As soon as they agree on a common comment for a criterion, then the officer says, okay. Now, based on those comments, please read them and tell me what you believe is the best and most appropriate mark that we need to give. A mark is between 0, we never give that 0, from 1, let's say, until 5, which is the maximum. Also, half marks are allowed. 3.5, 4.5, 2.5, and etc. So, let me tell me which mark you believe is the best. One says 3.5, the other one says 4.5, the other one might say 4. Okay, tell me why you've given 3.5. And I will tell you a trick how the evaluators think when they have to give a mark a little bit later. Let me finish this one and then I will tell you this one. So we have a consensus meeting. They agree on common marks and common comments. And then this is a very important phase. It is the panel meeting where all the evaluators meet with the head of the unit, and they need to just confirm that the list of proposals based on their total mark is, they need to confirm on the ranking list. And this is important. Why? Because suppose that one proposal has been evaluated by three very inexperienced experts. It just happened. Or very loose experts. They are very flexible. They like to give high marks. And another proposal, which might have been of better quality, might just happen being evaluated by three very strict evaluators, that they don't like giving high marks. You can imagine that if we don't have the panel meeting, the one that just happened to be evaluated by three inexperienced experts or experts that they like to give high marks might be higher in ranking with respect to the other one that might be of higher quality. So at the panel meeting, or before the panel meeting, all the experts read all the proposals that are in the top ranking list. And if they have any comments, they say, I believe that that proposal has a very high mark. The three evaluators that gave that high mark, they need to justify why they give that high mark. And if the panel is not convinced, they might give a lower mark. And I think that's very, very important. And we don't see that in many evaluation mechanisms. So panel meeting is one of the most important ones in order to ensure that more or less a calibration of the way that evaluators give marks. So all the evaluators to agree that the top proposals should be funded. Not because one or two proposals just happen to be evaluated by three. Not that experienced evaluators, they got a higher mark and that is because that proposal should get funded. No. No, they read the top, as I said, they read the top ranking proposals, not all the proposals. So suppose that the budget allows for 3 proposals to be funded. They will read the top 6, top 7 proposals. Yes? So in order to make sure that the top 3 will be really the top 3 ones that have to get funded. They don't have to read all the proposals, all 100 proposals. They read the top ones. So then the panel confirms that this is the ranking list, and then this is populated to the program committees, and then from the program committees, you receive the evaluation summary report. That's the way that happens. Now, as I promised here, this is the guideline that we're giving as evaluators, and you see here that in order to get 5, your proposals should successfully address all relevant aspects of the criterion, excellence, impact, and implementation. Any shortcomings are minor. In 4, it says very good proposal, but a small number of shortcomings are present. Fair means broadly address the criterion, but there are significant weaknesses. So I would like you to pay attention here. When we have agreed on common marks, on common comments, and we are about to give a mark in the consensus meeting, what we do is we assume that the proposal is perfect. It's going to get 5 out of 5. And then we read the common comments that we have agreed, and we are looking for what? What we're looking for? We're looking for shortcomings. The more shortcomings we find, the more will be the marks that we will be subtracting from 5. And the more significant the shortcomings are, the more significant will be the marks that we will be subtracting from 5. So what is important, and that's why I would like you to remember, is your proposal, if you want to judge, it's by far more important to avoid having any shortcomings than having some really great ideas. Because shortcomings are the ones that will penalize you. We start from 5 and we start subtracting marks, half marks, fraction of marks, depending on how many shortcomings we identify because we have agreed on those. Do you get that? Which means that while you are asking your evaluator to evaluate your proposal during the I-creates formula before the submission, you need to ask them to identify all the weak points. That's why it's very important to be very critical. We don't want highlighting the good points. We want them to highlight the negative points of our proposal. Because if they are not identified before the submission and addressed, they will be identified by the evaluators, and you will lose marks. Clear? Good one. So I want you to remember. Short.
Or the politics of the EU, everything is shortcomings or just the idea of the project?
No, everything is a shortcoming. It can be in the work plan. It can be in the impact in policy making. It can be in the state-of-the-art analysis. It can be in the elaboration of the scientific objectives. It can be in the strategy for achieving the expected outcomes. It's everything, depending on the criteria. Yes? Any weakness is a shortcoming. Yes? If it is a minor weakness, is a minor shortcoming. If it is a significant weakness, is a significant shortcoming. All right, so we don't want that. Yes? Typo mistakes, that's also grammatical mistakes, typo mistakes, syntax-based mistakes do not matter. We are not supposed to judge badly a proposal if they have mistakes. Of course, subconsciously, we might be influenced. Yes? But officially, we're not supposed to take that into consideration. All right. So in many cases, you might want to make sure that you have someone that is an English native speaker in your consortium to go through and make sure that the English that is used is proper. One thing that I would like you to highlight now because of that is remember that you don't need to use sophisticated language. Because most of the evaluators, their mother tongue is not English. Because when we ask for evaluators, when the European Commission asks for evaluators, they need to keep some quota. They need to have evaluators from as many countries as possible, widespread, and also gender balance. Which means that if you follow those two requirements, then in many cases, the evaluators that are evaluating your proposal, their English is not their first language. They were not going to be from UK, they're not going to be from Ireland, so they're going to be from all over Europe. So English so that's why don't use sophisticated English. It's better to use understandable English for that. And now, before going to the criteria formula, I would like to highlight what the evaluators are looking first. And let me tell you how we evaluate a proposal. And there is also in the criteria formula. We have the human brain wants to make our life as efficient as possible. What does that mean? With the least possible effort to have the highest possible result. Yes or no? This is how we work. When we go to the supermarket and we see one counter with a big queue, another one with half the queue, we will go without even realizing to the counter with half the queue because we want to be efficient. That's how the human brain works. Exactly is how also the evaluator's brain works when we evaluate a proposal. When even before reading the proposal in detail, we would like to have a very good and thorough knowledge on whether this proposal is a good or a bad proposal before even reading it. Yeah? So how can we judge whether a proposal is of good quality? One way to do that is to check the abstract, the summary. Either the first page description in the excellence section, because this is the first thing that we read, or the abstract, which is the 2,000 characters that we have in the administrative data, administrative form. So for that, we need to make sure that I explain that later in more detail. As I say, we need to answer the 4 whys. Why this project? Why now it is necessary, or why now it is possible? why you are the best one for delivering this project and why in this way, why with this methodology. One sentence each, more or less. And I repeat, it might sound challenging to answer all these 4 whys, but you have to in 2,000 characters. So that's the first thing. Then what we take is also to take the consortium synthesis. Okay, has the coordinator a high profile in their field at individual, personal level? Do all the partners have the proper expertise and a proper role assigned to that expertise? Do we have any interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary consortium? Have they been working together also with some successful achievements in the past? It is not here, but I'm going to add it. Do they have a lot of associate partners? We discussed also. We look at it because the first thing that we will see in the page is the list of partners. It is also a list of all the partners that we have. So we need to have that. So that's also what we look. Also, we look first the objectives. Okay, are the objectives, first of all, clear? Am I impressed by reading the first page of the excellence section? No, the excellence section is the first section that we have in our grant application. So the first page of the first section is very important. You have only one chance to make a first good impression. I repeat, you have only one chance to make a first good impression. So that's why you need to make sure that the evaluators, by reading the first page or the abstract, as I said earlier, they are impressed. Also, I need to know what is the current technological readiness level. I mean, is this, first of all, the current TRL a convincing one? How did you reach the current technological maturity level? That's why we discussed that yesterday, and that was extremely important. Do we get an increase by around 2 levels? So the starting TRL is TRL 4. Do we get TRL 6 by the end of the project? How are you going to do that? Is the methodology appropriate enough for doing it? Do we have a visual representation of the TRLs, how they're going to be increased during the project execution? State of the art, very important. Are you really going beyond the current state of the art limitations? How are you going to overcome those limitations? Yes? Do you have the proper expertise on board? And that expertise is multidisciplinary. We've seen yesterday an example that you've seen 5 different social science and humanities disciplines that should be involved in a project that you never thought about it. So make sure that this is the case. Are the Go package clears with clear outcomes and what is expected? Also regarding the budget, resources. First of all, you remember from yesterday, we talked about 2 rules. Remind me those two rules about the budget. The first one was what? 80-20, exactly. So we said 20% should go to horizontal activities, standard activities, and 80% to the implementation. Standard horizontal activities are what? Project what? Which are the standard, the horizontal ones? Project management and dissemination and exploitation. So we said 6% of the total budget should go around to project management, and the rest 14% should go to dissemination exploitation activities. I'm going to give you a tip here. European Commission doesn't like that much budget to go for project management. So maximum should be 6%. So you can highlight that in the first proposal. You say that we believe that one of the most important elements of the project in order to achieve its results and engage interest from the stakeholders is to invest a lot of resources in dissemination exploitation. Therefore, this is the reason that we invest approximately around 14% of the total budget in those activities. You mentioned that in the first paragraph, in the rule. Therefore, we don't have that much effort for project management because the that if the project partners have been collaborating in the past, most of them quite fruitfully. Therefore, that's why the budget is just 6%. You see now how the logic works on that. And then we have the 70-30 rule. What is the 70-30 rule? If it is a research innovation action, what does that mean? Research receives the largest part, so 70. So you indicate that in that paragraph also. This is a research project where most of the focus should be on the research components. Component 1, component 2, component 3. This is the reason that the project invests most of the resources on that one. And not all of them. However, we believe that in order to facilitate the follow-up and after the end of the project, we have also some resources allocated but limited up to 30% for the innovation activities in order to start engaging interest. So you see, in one paragraph, you described the 80-20 and the 70-30 rule. This is the first thing. Now, also, you need to pay attention when you purchase equipment and etc., whether it is, if it is very cheap or very expensive, you need to justify why. It is very cheap because we are going to charge only the depreciation cost, because we have already purchased that equipment. So that's why it doesn't going to cost. We have already that infrastructure. Or because if it is too expensive, you're going to say that we have searched already in the market and we realized we took 3 quotes and this is the cheapest one. Even if it is expensive, it is critical for the success of the project. And it's going to be used exclusively and full-time for the project activities. You mentioned that. Then something that the experts are like is once there was a research innovation project, and in a research innovation project, as we discussed yesterday, what is the funding rate of the non-academic sector? In the research innovation project, it's 100%. In research innovation projects, even for the non-academic sector, the funding rate is 100%. Yes? However, I've seen cases, I've been there as an evaluator, I've seen it. I've seen cases that it was a project that was a research innovation project, and the non-academic partners, the industry, they were participating with 70%. Why? Because they say, we believe in this project. We believe in this project and we're willing to invest some money from our own pocket. And that was considered very positively by the evaluators. Yes? Even though they had the possibility to participate with 100% funding, they were participating with 70%. Why? Because they believed in that project. So the evaluators say, look, these partners, they had the possibility to participate with 100% funding. Although, however, they decided to invest resources from their own pocket, which means that they're very committed to that project. They believe in that project. So you see how evaluators can get influenced with that one. Now, that doesn't mean that it has to be by all partners. Maybe you find a partner that is willing to do that. If you do find, exploit that. Okay, also in some cases, also in Turkey might be that case that the salaries of research staff cannot be that high, they might be lower, so you need to justify that. Because normally what happens, a partner with a low salary costs, they might get higher number of person months in order to have more work, in order to have also balanced budget with respect to the other partners. If that is the case, explain it. Explain it that in Turkey, the salary costs average are these which are much lower than the other ones in Europe. Also, you need to be careful when you involve subcontractors. One of the things that we are asked as evaluators is to check whether, and we ask specifically that in the form, to check whether there are any subcontracting costs, and if there are subcontracting costs, you need to check whether they are well justified, first of all, that they are needed, and secondly, that they will be based on transparent procurement procedures. Yes? So we'll ask specifically that. So make sure that this is the case, that you well explain why you need subcontracting costs and not involving someone as a partner, and whether you're going to follow transparent public procurement rules for that. Okay, so these are three things that we see on that. Any questions? All right. So I would like you now to start thinking like evaluators. So in order to make you start thinking like evaluators, we're going to discuss the criteria formula. In the same manner that we did iCreates, also with the criteria formula, each letter corresponds to a characteristic that you need to address in your proposal in order to impress the evaluators. So the first thing that we do is C, which is citations. Citations are references. Yes? So we have now references, citations. And let me ask you something. What is the difference between a claim and a fact? A fact can be proved. A claim needs to be proved. Yes, kind of. I will tell you another one that is not scientifically proven, but it's very powerful. Claim is what you as applicants believe. Fact is what evaluators believe. So the best way to transform a claim into a fact is to cite it, to give a reference, to give a citation from a credible source, not from a project website, but from a credible source. Is that a scientific publication that is quite prestigious? Is this an analysis, a report somewhere that you have come across from a credible source? You need to have that. Yes? So this is important because, first of all, even if you are telling me that Alzheimer's disease can be treated, and I know as an expert that yes, Alzheimer's disease through that way can be treated, I need to find a credible source for that. I am not supposed to assume. So we are giving that direction from the European Commission. Don't assume, evaluate what is written. So you need to provide credible sources, citations, because that's the best way to transform claims into facts. Okay. Now, the second one, which is important for me, are resources, and they are linked with citations. Out of this, so this is a list of resources, useful resources that you can use for your arguments. Mainly your arguments are in the excellence part, in the state-of-the-art analysis, or in your societal and economical challenges analysis that you have. Now, who knows? I will go through some of them because some of them are straightforward. Who knows Rapid Press? Do you know Rapid Press? Rapid Press is a very useful site of the European Commission that has all the speeches that commissioners have made. And let me rephrase it. Who likes to talk about problems and solutions? Who likes to talk about, these are the problems of society, here is my solution? Who likes to talk about that? Politicians, yes? Politicians like to talk about that. So at a European level, we have two types of politicians. We have the commissioners. These are one set of politicians, the ones that are responsible per specific portfolio, commissioners, and we have also the members of the European Parliament. These are the two types of politicians. For the commissioners, we have their speeches. For the members of the European Parliament in some cases pays, or in some other invites high-profile experts to come and give an analysis on a specific topic, a scientific analysis. Why they need that? Because they need to take some decisions, political decisions. In order to take some political decisions, they need to have some good supporting scientific knowledge. So if you go to the supporting analysis website of the European Parliament, you might be able to find quite extensive analysis in specific areas, broad areas, but very well related to your project, that you can use in your application. They have been prepared by high-profile experts, and they are for free. You don't pay for that. So imagine that you use some of the documents that either the European Parliament uses or the commissioners have claimed in their speeches. From a political level point of view, your proposal becomes quite strong. Not from the scientific point of view, but from the policy-making point of view. And I remind you that Horizon Europe projects, they need to have also policy advising and policy-making aspects. Either in the short term, if it's innovation action, or in the long term, if it is a research innovation action. So this is important to have. So we have those. Another thing that is important is to check whether there are any policy roadmaps at a European level in your area. So for example, if you go to Google and you write in Google, okay, I would like you to give me in PDF, it's not visible here, I don't know why, but in PDF, write strategic research agenda for your keyword here, for robotics, for nanomaterials, for AI, whatever your area is, for cybersecurity. And in Europe, if you get that, if you write Google policy roadmaps, if you Google policy roadmaps and ask Google to give you PDF, you will get this thing here. Strategic research agenda in robotics in Europe. Just by Googling policy roadmap and then your keyword, policy roadmap AI, policy roadmap cybersecurity, policy roadmap circular economy, and ask them to give you in PDF, the first research result that you will get is this one. So you need to be familiar with that if you're going to develop a proposal, let's say in our case here, in robotics. Clear? And another one which is very important, I would like you to tell me which one is very important as a resource. Okay, but maybe you can find something even more important. Something that is useful. It will make your life much easier. Huh? What? Here, in this list. Huh? Public deliverables of previously funded projects. They made a lot of homework for you. They worked for you. So that's why you find Cordis, all the previously funded projects. You analyze all the public deliverables. You will find a lot of inspiration for the work plan, for the dissemination exploitation analysis. Even for the state-of-the-art analysis, you might find a lot of extremely useful information because you identify previously funded projects in your research area. So you check public deliverables. So that's why another use of Cordis is not only for finding partners, is not only for finding proposal initiators, but also for finding useful resources for your own, for writing your actual sections in the grant application. Clear? That one? Okay. Any questions? Because now we can have a break, I think, here at this point. Huh? Any questions on that? Okay, let's have our break until 11:30. Okay, then we'll continue with the rest of the criteria formula. This one here. So I there So we have citations, we have resources. I is interesting, inspiring. Because when we evaluate proposals, we're getting easily bored. So we need you need to continuously raise the interest on behalf of the reader. And the reader in our case is the evaluators. So there are some tips and hints that I can give you. One, first of all, is to avoid passive voice. Passive voice used to be the norm also in scientific publications. Now, psychologically creates some boredom. So that's why I would like you to avoid. Instead of saying the project will be implemented by a team, a consortium of 5 partners, you'll say, we will implement a project. Active voice, not passive voice. So that's one thing that is important. Also, when you use either in Marie Curie postdoctoral fellowships or in ERC, which are individual grants, it's better to use I, and when you have collaborative projects, to use we. Yes, I mean, it is important to have that kind of mentality. Don't be afraid to use either in individual grants first tense I or plural first tense in we. It's important. The other thing that I see it very often, and it is frustrating, is incremental objectives. Incremental objectives means objectives, not tasks. What I mean with that? I mean that your objectives should be what? They should be ambitious. Yes or no? So, to improve the current situation is, first of all, very vague, very general, and at the same time, it creates some concerns whether this is the case from the ambition point of view. It can be well documented as a work package or a task, but not for your project objectives. Your project objectives should be more ambitious. So, if that is the case, so check. If in some cases in the scope, as we've seen yesterday, one of the expectations in the scope is to improve something, okay, then you can have it. But if in the scope it doesn't say to improve something, then you don't include it in your objectives. Is that clear? Yes? You can include it in your work package, but not the word improve doesn't show that you have ambition, unless it is mentioned in the scope expectations of the call. Where do we find the scope expectations in the call? Where do we find them? In what format we find them normally? In the scope as bullet points. Bullet points. Yes? If you don't see it there, don't use it. If you see it there, use it. So that's one thing. Now, also, sometimes people are overdoing it, using strong words like breakthrough, novelty, promising, which are fine as long as you justify them. Why it is a breakthrough, why it is a promising technology, why it is a novelty. Always make sure that you justify that in the same sentence. If you don't justify, don't use it, because you will discourage the evaluators. Another thing that is very important and also related to improve is I would like you to avoid the clutter, as I say, meaning very general words. Very, many, few. Tell me, at least X number, at least 20 experiments will be conducted. Very, I mean, a precision of at least 80% will be achieved. Few. It's all these words, they are used in order to make the evaluator be frustrated from you. You need to be specific. You need to give numbers here. At least, around, roughly, X number, instead of many, very few. It's a very nice way to escape, but you don't say anything. So you need to avoid that. The other thing is that try, if possible, to use either the first and the last paragraph of your section to introduce what you're going to say, and also to conclude in the last paragraph some key points. Also, the VPS or the PSV model is very interesting because we have VPS, especially in the first page, that, as I said, will be the first page that evaluators will read in the executive. You can have vision, problem, solution. It's the same as PSV, problem, solution, vision. But I prefer the VPS model in the first page. Example, vision. For the last decade, pharmaceutical and scientific community were heavily active in finding treatments of Alzheimer's disease. That's the vision from the scientific community and the industry. Problem. All the problems start with negative words. However, most of the attempts focused or all of the attempts focused or were successful in finding treatments of the symptoms of Alzheimer's disease and not of the causes of Alzheimer's disease. That still causes a lot of patients to suffer from Alzheimer's, that creates a lot of financial and societal burden. And you highlight a little bit on the problems. Solution. Solution starts with therefore. Therefore, our project aims to find treatments of the causes of Alzheimer's disease and not of the symptoms. VPS, in one paragraph. Try to follow that structure instead of saying what? And it's very common. The first thing that we read as evaluators is 1.1. The project objectives are. They start with that one. Or the project purpose is this one. In order me to empathize with you, to sympathize with you, to understand why you are suggesting that project, that purpose, I need to know what you need to sell me the problems first. And even better if you sell me vision. So try not to start specifically in the first paragraph with the objectives or the purpose of the project are. I understand that that is the case. Why? Because in the application of Horizon Europe, in the guide, in the template, they have 1.1 objectives. And then they say, give the objectives of the project. And they force you, by mistake, to start by stating either the purpose or the objectives of your project. It doesn't work like that. So you need to use VPS in order to engage them. Yes, to win the first impression. And something that I like always keep on saying is make it more personal, and I will explain what I mean with that, with a small psychological trick. There were some doctors, there was an experiment that was conducted in Australia that they asked some practitioners, doctors, to make a prediction whether a person suffers from cancer disease based on an X-ray. They realized that when they had next to the X-ray a photo of a person, even of that patient, even of another one that the doctor didn't know that was not the patient, they realized that the accuracy on the doctor's prediction was increased by 30%, just by adding a photo. So what does that mean? That means that we as visuals, we like having a better connection by linking them with faces. So whenever is possible, try to include in your proposal some faces. Is it in your team? Is it in a postdoctoral fellowship or in an ERC grant, your CV? Trying to include a photo of you. You're allowed to do that. And psychologically, it will work to your benefit. Why? Because you will get a better connection with the evaluator. They like to see faces behind a blank document. A document that it doesn't say much other than some letters. So in order to communicate better with the evaluators, try to have that better connection by, whenever is possible, using some faces of your team, of your profile in your CV, and etc. So this is regarding interesting and inspiring. Now, one of the most important things, I think, is the fourth one, T. T stands for tangible, specific. Yes, that's very, very, very, very important. that we have. And what we mean with that, I mean, when we say tangible, tangible means something that is measurable. You can measure it. So that is specific also. So we need to have tangible, which means measurable, cardio. What cardio is? Cardio means measurable challenges. See. Cardio means measurable activities. We can measure how our activities are performing. We need to have tangible results. We need to know whether the results that we produce are of high quality. We need to be able to measure that. We need to have measurable, tangible target groups. Target groups. How many we're going to approach by the end of the project? 1 year after the end of the project. 5 years after the end of the project. We need to have measurable, tangible impacts. How many benefits we're going to create? How can we know those benefits? How can we measure the benefits that we have created? To how many we have created? And we need to have measurable objectives. I mean, how can we know that the objectives of the project have been achieved? How can we measure that the objectives of the project that we propose have been achieved by the end of the project? So it's extremely, extremely important to make sure that you have measurable cardio. That's all these elements. Now, challenges will be addressed in the excellence. Activities will be addressed where? I will say, challenge will be addressed in the excellence. Activities will be addressed in the implementation. And when, what kind of measurement you use in order to assess the achievement of an activity, normally, or of a work package? There is a special term that is used for that. Not deliverables? Milestones. Milestones. You use milestones for measuring the activities. Yes, so a milestone is not a deliverable. Deliverable is an output of an activity. Milestone is an indicator that assesses whether you are performing well, whether you have performed well that activity. Then we have results. Results will be mentioned in two parts. They will be mentioned where? In implementation and in excellence. Of course, you need the results and the impact, but they should be mentioned first in the excellence because they need to be part of your methodology. As a result of the methodology, you have those results. Targets. Where are these mentioned? Targets are mentioned? Impact. They are mentioned because targets are the ones that should benefit from your project. So you need to mention them there. And also, targets. The European Commission, in order to confuse us more, they say, when you're talking about in the impact, I would like to tell me the significance, it's not that well written, and scale of your impact. And that is where people are lost in the grant application. In the grant application, scale is how many will benefit. So this is how many per target group will benefit, correct? And what is significance? In a grant application, they ask that. So I'm trying to, whenever you see those terms, I'm trying to simplify them. Whenever you see scale, you need to say how many per target group will benefit by the end of the project, after the project. Significance is, do you have any idea? I'm not expecting you to know, but maybe. Huh? How much they will benefit. They will benefit. So, how much they will benefit. So, if you're developing a medicine for Alzheimer's disease, then the significance is how much they will benefit. Maybe you can increase the lifespan of patients of Alzheimer's disease by 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Understand now the example. And how many will benefit during the post execution? We're going to include in our clinical trials 10 persons with Alzheimer's disease. So we're going to have 10 people benefiting it during the post execution because they will be participating in clinical trials. And after, as soon as we have increased the TRL and we have successful clinical trials, then we can increase the number of patients with Alzheimer's disease that will benefit. So after 3 years after the end of the project, or within 5 years after the end of the project, we expect to have 1,000 or 2,000 patients with Alzheimer's disease benefiting from our solution. But you need to specify that. Significance, and this is also related to the impact, to the benefits. So this is actually, here is impact. And remind me, we have 2 parts of impact. Yes or no? 2 types of impacts. Long term and short term, exactly. The short term, I will put short term, are expected outcomes, very good. And the long term are expected impacts. You're right. So that's why you first see what you can achieve by the end of the project, and then you try to project. If you have, you increase the TRL, if you have further resources, how many you believe will benefit? If you engage interest from bigger number of stakeholders, how many you believe could benefit from your project? So you need to make a well-educated speculation. Yes, because it is after the project, but you need to justify why you're giving that number. So if you, from 10 participants, what makes you say that you're going to involve 5 years after the end of the project 1,000 participants? Because you expect, as soon as you have successful results from 10 patients, then you expect to raise interest from the industry and from other universities, hospital universities, that are not participating in the project. You expect to raise interest from 100. Let's say further universities and healthcare treatments of Alzheimer's disease. And you expect each one of them to contribute with 10 partners, with 10 patients. So 100 times 10, you expect to have 1,000. More or less, you try to give your way of reasoning and thinking. Yes? It is a speculation, but it's a well-educated speculation. All right? Try to be as specific as possible. And then with the objectives, how normally for the objectives, what is a terminology that is used in order to make sure that we have measurable objectives? Objectives are linked or aligned with key KPI. What is KPI? KPI? Key performance indicators. Key performance indicators. So, whenever you suggest objectives, yes, you need to link the objectives with your KPIs. So you have objective 1, then that means you need to have KPI 1. You have objective 2, then that should be linked with KPI 2. So sometimes you see that in a table. KPI objectives, KPIs. How can you know that your objective has been fulfilled successfully? You need to link it with a KPI. And I think I have some examples here. Do I? Yes, I have. But before that, what is wrong with this text here? And I'm going to give you a hint on that. Huh? What is wrong with that text? Close. Close. What else?
The objective is not bullet.
See here. I mean, here, the main target audience for the dissemination project results have been identified. First of all, as you said, most of you, they don't give numbers. Very well, good observation. The other one, scientific community, industry, general audience. This is very general. Scientific community that is active in fighting treatments of Alzheimer's disease. Pharmaceutical industry that they have been developing drugs for Alzheimer's disease. General audience, patients that deal with Alzheimer's, that suffer from Alzheimer's disease, family members that treat persons with Alzheimer's disease. You need to be specific. Then, as soon as you're specific, it's much easier to quantify it. Right now, it's impossible to quantify it. You cannot give any numbers here. Scientific community, as long as you narrow down and you specify the type of the targets, then it will be much easier to specify the scale. How many will benefit? If you don't narrow down and be more specific on the target groups, it's impossible to give any numbers. It's impossible. So you leave it blank without any numbers. That's one thing. And the other thing that I would like you to remember all the time is, if I take that text, can I copy it and paste it in any proposal? It's too generic that can fit any proposal, yes or no? Yes. So, any proposal, in any proposal, and you need to do that as a proposal leader, when you see a phrase that you can copy and paste it in any other proposal, either you delete it or you revise it. You don't leave it there. It's impossible to be accepted. So, as a rule of thumb, another tip, whenever you see a text that you can copy and paste it in many other proposals, you revise it or you delete it. You don't leave it there. Clear? Because you cannot be tangible, you cannot be specific. Okay. So that's as a general rule. Now, the other one here is an example where I'm saying to you, okay, where we have specific challenges, we link them with specific objectives, and we link them with numbers. And EOP stands end of project. Yes? So, what we expect to achieve in relation to those specific objectives and those challenges. Okay, so try to follow a format that more or less reflects the same mentality that I try to convey to you here. Regarding tangible activities, okay, we have here the main project activities. As I said, we link activities with milestones. These are the means of verification. However, do I have that here? Yes. I have here also results. So we have here an example of results. But I would like you now, which is more important, to pay attention on a mistake, for me it's a mistake, that the application template has. This is an extract from the application template that you need to develop in Horizon Europe. If you go to Horizon Europe and you go to the implementation section, you need to list all the milestones. And they give here as an example, yes, as a means of verification, a laboratory prototype that is up and running. What is wrong with that? It's a milestone. What is a milestone? As long as it runs, then we have achieved that milestone. So our activity and our result have been achieved. This is what it means. But what is wrong with that phrase? Laboratory prototype that is up and running. Let's say that this is by the end of the project. That's okay. It's not that important, that one. Is it measurable? I mean, okay, it is up and running. But if it has 5% prediction or 80% prediction, isn't it different? Maybe 5% prediction is not enough. But it's up and running, yes or no? It is up and running. But it might not serve our purpose. So tell me, a laboratory prototype that is up and running, say minimum 5%, as long as you believe that 5% is something that is acceptable as a scientist, as an engineer, you say that there. but give me a number, because it might be up and running with 1.5 prediction, 0.1 prediction. If you believe that this is something, you mention that. So this is a mistake of the European Commission, because this is an example in the European Commission template. And that's why most of the applicants, when they write the milestones, they do it completely wrong. Because of that example the European Commission still gives. And we don't want that. Clear? Around, by, minimum, yes. A number. Something that makes you feeling comfortable as a scientist that this is what you should achieve. This is how your system should perform. Yes? So that is up and running is unacceptable. Okay? Clear? So don't take for granted even examples from the European Commission. I'm trying now to make you thinking in the 10% of Horizon Europe actors. Yes? Yes? Which one is this one?
But in computer science, we must give some objectives for the milestones, such as we want to improve the precision value at least 5%.
Yes. First of all, we need to distinguish between objectives and milestones and work packages. Milestones are not linked with the objectives. At the milestones, yes. In the objectives, no.
Systems at least 5%, right?
Yes. No, unless it is part of the expectations in the scope. Now, if you believe that to improve current situation, instead of saying improve, you say increase. Yes? Improve is a word that has to be avoided. Increase, because that can be something that is ambition, to increase something. To improve, first of all, it's generic, and it gives a bad impression. All right? At least to the ones that they have English as the first language, or they are very competent with the English language. Psychologically, it gives a bad impression. Increase is better. Okay. Now, and the other thing is milestones, just I'm giving that, I know that you didn't mean that, but I just need to highlight, milestones are not linked with objectives. For objectives, we have KPIs, key performance indicators. Milestones, we have them for work packages and tasks. Okay. Good question, so that allow me to clarify it. So this is the example that I'm telling to you. Now, always there is, in the same manner that we have a passepartout key, a key that fits all the locks, in the same manner we can have one milestone that can fit all the work packages. And that is that in order to make sure that your project follows quality assurance procedures, what you need to say, or what you can say, is that all the deliverables from all the work packages, in order to be finalized, they have to be peer reviewed and approved by one or two external or peer reviewers. And peer reviewers, when external, can be either partners that they haven't been involved in your work package, or, give me another idea, who can be also peer reviewer based on what we discussed yesterday and based on associate partners. They can be the advisory board. You remember that yesterday we said associate partners can be part of your advisory board. So, since you involve associate partners, one of the best ways to give them a significant role is to advise you on your process, on your methodology, as well as advising you on how to improve your deliverables in order to fulfill their own needs. Yes or no? That's why you have associate partners. So give them a specific role in the proposal. It's not only to have a long list of associate partners in the partnership table, but also to give them a role that is quite significant for the quality of your results. A nice way to do that. To say that from our stakeholders, they will form our external advisory board that will be responsible for evaluating and reviewing and confirming the finalization of all our deliverables. We'll have that there. And target groups, how we identify target groups, we need to answer specific questions. So, who has interest in our research? Who can contribute to our work? Who will be interested in learning about the project findings? So these are questions that you need to ask continuously in order to find an exhaustive or an extensive list of target groups. Who could or will be affected directly by research outcomes? Who are not directly involved but could have influence also? Is the audience well defined? We have already described that, not the general public, but be specific what you mean. If it is policymakers, don't say policymakers, says members of the European Parliament that are involved in the new design of the new policies in robotics by 2030. So try to be as specific as possible. And another way is that, that we need to understand is that not all target groups have the same significance. Do we agree on that? Not all target groups have the same importance. So one of the most common mistakes that we see in approaching the target groups is that we are not prioritizing who are the most important stakeholders. So in order to do that, a nice way is to take two factors that you believe are quite important. One is who is interested in our project results, and the other one is who is influenced more from our project results, and then we try to prioritize them. So based on that, tell me which we have here 5 target groups. Which target group is the most important one? Which target is target group 2? Yes, but we show that immediately. So that means as soon as we do that, that we are going to dedicate more resources and more focus on target group 2. Also target group 3 is important, but target group 1, since they are influenced, but they might haven't realized that they are interested, we're going to bring them there. So we're going to spend some further resources in order to make them also interested, because it is to their benefit since they are influenced. Now, for target group 4, we're going to spend some resources, but not that many. And especially for target group 5, not that many resources. We will consider them, but with limited resources. So it's very important by having that visual representation to show how you prioritize your target groups. Yes? It is one consideration in your dissemination plan. In your dissemination plan, you're going to say they're going to give emphasis on target group 2 and target group 3 because they are the ones that are highly influenced. However, we see that target group 1, although it is influenced highly enough, currently they are not that much interested because they are not aware of that. Therefore, what we're going to do is we're going to spend some further resources in order to make them more engaged to the project. That's it. But this is part of your dissemination strategy. Okay. Do we have anything else? And then we have impacts. Yes? No, this is part of the impact, part of the dissemination strategy. In the dissemination strategy. Yes? at the impact part, only at the impact part.
Should we determine this from the social area? Isn't it? Long-term benefit.
Long term or short term, all these are part of the impact. All of them. So it's you need to have dissemination strategy for the short-term benefits, and you need to have dissemination strategy for the long-term benefits. So you have here the results. You have the target groups. You have here what is it? What is future benefits? So these are expected benefits by end of the project. These are what? Expected? The terminology that the European Commission is using? Expected? Outcomes. And future benefits after end of the project, long-term benefits, expected impacts. Yeah? So we have expected outcomes, expected impacts. We say which target groups are benefit from which results, because here is based on the results we're going to achieve those benefits. Yes or no? Yes. So we need to have the results. So it's and the results, firstly, we address them in the excellence part, and then we use them, we outline them in the impact part. So then we say how and when we're going to make sure that those target groups will benefit. And also we can say also some success indicators, which is the scale and significance here. Yes? How many will benefit by the end of the project, how many will benefit after the end of the project, and how much they will benefit. Normally, how much they will benefit is the same, either by the end of the project and also X years after the end of the project, because you have achieved something, but what might differ is the scale and not the significance. In some cases, you might also manage to improve the significance. If that is the case and you believe that you can do it after the end of the project, you mention that. But you need to be specific here on success indicators, on significance and scale by the end of the project and after the end of the project. And this is an outline. This is for you to give you a framework strategy. I'm not telling you that you follow that table and you include it in your application. It's your framework strategy. You can even explain this in a narrative format, in a paragraph format. All right? But you need to have a framework, a strategy. Okay. So, any questions regarding specific tangible? Because it's very important, as you see. I've stressed out that hopefully in order to change your mindset. Because this is what differentiates a successful proposal with a failed proposal. Specific. Okay, now, abstract, encapsulation, executive summary, the 4 whys. So as I said here, you need to say why this project, the VPS or the PSV model, problem, solution, vision, or vision, problem, solution. We need that. Why now? First of all, although it is not said here, why it is urgent now? But in some cases, also, we need to answer something else. Why it is now what? Not only urgent, but possible. Maybe because of some preliminary discoveries. Maybe of some recent developments and discoveries. Maybe because now we have developed a new research infrastructure that allows us to do that. That was not possible before. So you need to explain that in the why now. Why it is urgent and or why now possible. Why in this way? Why with this methodology and approach? 1 or 2 sentences, and then why you? And why not others? This is why you need to explain that. So one thing that I would like you to avoid doing is avoid doing copy and paste. Experience, access to preliminary findings and achievements that you have made so far related to that project. Follow up from previously funded projects that are the starting point of your project now. Access to research infrastructure that no one else has. So you need to find unique points. Try not to have just the quality of the consortium from the experience point of view. Try to give also other elements. So here there's an example on a project, and okay, I tried here to map the different, they don't have it in a bullet format. All this goes in one paragraph, but I try to put in a bullet format in order to make you understand more or less where the 4 whys are included. Yes. What I would have liked better is I would have liked to see this order also in the abstract. First answering the why this, or the why now, or and then we see why in this way, why you, it is why this also at the end. It is a little bit mixed. I would like to have a specific order. Anything that you have to say about why this, first. Anything that you have to say about why now, second. Anything that you have to say about why in this way, third. And anything that you have to say about why you, fourth. And it's easier for you because sometimes why in this way, then it will be, if you have that first, then it will be easier for you to justify why you, because you are the more appropriate one for implementing it in that way. That's why that order, as it is here, not as it is there, it is by far more effective. Sorry? Whatever you feel comfortable with. It's the same, yes. Yes, yes, one sentence. Problem, solution, vision, or vision, problem, solution, it doesn't matter. Okay. Why now, why this, why you? In this way. Okay, so it is important. Now, another thing to try to do is you need to write the abstract at the very last moment. I mean, 2 days before the proposal submission, one thing. And if possible, write it 1 week before the proposal submission. And as we say, sleep over it. Let it mature in your mind. See, okay, can I improve it a little bit? Don't write at the very last moment, because you want to improve it. The abstract and the first page that the evaluators will read, you might want to have them complete as early as possible in order to continuously improving it. Because it's important to win the first impressions from the evaluator side. Okay, next one is restructuring. This is also important and interesting. With restructuring, do you know Daniel Kahneman? Daniel Kahneman, he's a Nobel Prize winner in economics, but he's not an economist. He's a psychologist. So he talked about the cognitive ease phenomenon. What is that? When you make the life easier of someone, then you influence him, her, you influence the markets, you influence everything. So what I would like is I would like to start making the life easier of 2 groups of people. One is to make the life easier of the evaluators. And secondly, I would like you to make easier the life of proposal writing team. To write easier, so that means that we'll be more engaged and they will be more efficient. So how can you do that? How can, what is the best way to do that, and the simplest way to do that for both groups? Is I would like you to restructure, or if I may say, enhance the structure of your template. This is the template of the application template. Let me show you that, because I can go and show that to you here. I can go and show you. I think it's also nice to show you the template. Remind me, where do we go to find the template of our application in Horizon Funding and Tenders Portal, and where about in Funding and Tenders Portal? Yes? Where do we have all the documents? In the, where? Reference documents, yes? So we go to reference documents. This is where you go. You find here legislation, you find in PDF, also the documents. You find the program guide. You find the expert list, the one that we discussed yesterday, you remember? huge Excel files here, but here I'm not here for that. I am from the templates and forms. We have the application forms. And actually we have also evaluation forms. This is before in the template is the evaluation form. But let's go to the application form. So we're looking for a standard application form, research innovation, innovation action, because this is the more complicated one. And then one we're giving focus. You see that the first part is the part A, as we discussed, is the online part. Although you have it here in the PDF format, you complete all the information, legal data, legal basis, legal sheet per participant. So this is organizational data. And then you go to part B. This is part B. Here is the technical description. This is the one that you complete and you upload it as a PDF. You don't complete it online. You prepare a document, a Word document, you transform it into PDF and you upload it in the system. But you use that template. So in that template here, of course, it's 45 pages. It gives some definitions. I don't want you to pay attention to the definitions because they might confuse you. But let's see the structure. So you see 1.1, first title, correct, excellence. Then you see 1.1 objectives and ambition. Remember here that I said to you, briefly describe the objectives of your proposal work. This is why most of the applicants, they start with the project objectives are. And I said that, is this a good or a bad practice? Bad practice, yes? But people, by seeing those instructions, they will start with the objectives unavoidably. But it's a bad practice. Yes, exactly. So we cannot sell it. So, but anyway, you see here as a title 1.1. And then another title, and also indicates how many pages you have for that. And then the other one is 1.2 methodology, 14 pages. And that's it. Then you don't have anything else. Then you go to the impact. Impact again, it has 2.1, project pathways towards impact. And then it has 2.2, which is dissemination exploitation. And then it has 2.3, which is the summary table of dissemination. 2.3, the summary, all this. So you are summarizing. Now, since we're here in exploitation, you see in dissemination, you will see here, they try to give two definitions of scales and significance. If you read it without how many, you might get confused. So make sure that you have what we discuss here in order to understand what is scale and significance, because it's important. Then if you go to the implementation, you will see that in the implementation, okay, we have 3.1, work plan and resources, and then we have 3.2, capacity of participants and consortium as a whole. These are the headings and subheadings of the full proposal, nothing more. But first of all, if you want to write a proposal, those headings do not help as a proposal writer. Secondly, if you are an evaluator, you are looking for information, if you just want to find the information in order to complete the evaluation form, you will not find the information easily. So let's make for both groups, as I said, the life easier based on Daniel Kahneman concept. How can we make that? Well, we go to our structure, and you remember that we have 3.1, 3.2. You remember? We don't have anything else. So what I want you is, I want you from, this is the current structure of excellence. I want you to elaborate it. You keep the headings, but add some further subheadings. It will make your life much easier as a proposal writer, but also it will make the life easier of the evaluators. And and for 1.1 and for 1.2. Do you want to follow that structure? Do you want to follow a different structure? It doesn't matter. But make sure that you follow one that makes your life easier and helps also the evaluators when they have to answer those questions, this is the evaluators form, to be able to find that information easier from the subheadings. Also the same for the impact. These are the three headings that they have, nothing else. Change it, elaborate it more. Talk about the the strategy for the expected outcomes, the strategy for expected impacts. What are your target groups? How to overcome the barriers. Then your studies for dissemination, exploitation, your studies for communication, your studies for IPR. All these are requested, but you need to have them in a heading that will make the evaluator identify that information much easier. And also the same for implementation. This is the broad structure that we have. Try to elaborate it more. I mean, imagine that you have to write something with that structure, and imagine that you have, imagine that you have to write something with this structure, and imagine that you have to write something with this structure. What is easier for you? This one, obviously. So make your life easier, and then make the evaluator's life easier. If you have to evaluate something, where are you going to look easier? Where is going to be easier to look for information? With that structure or with this one? Cognitive phenomenon of Daniel Kahneman. All right. So restructuring, and then we have two more and we're finishing. We have illustrations, and this is what I said to you also, how evaluators think. This is a paradigm that is applicable not only on scientists but also on evaluators. So it's from Elsevier and saying, look, scientists, all of us, how we appreciate how journals that we should read, that they worth our attention. How we do that? First of all, we check the title. Then we check the abstract. And then we go vertically, quickly, the rest of the publication, and we check what? Images of all the other sections. And then if we're interested, we are reading a little bit more, and then we download it. So what does that mean? That means that it's exactly the same mind that evaluators work. So what we will be doing, we will be reading the title, we will be reading the abstract, and then we will be looking on illustrations like tables, images, figures, diagrams, graphs, to have an idea. Headings, subheadings, also this is part, to have an idea. And then by that point we say, okay, this is a good proposal, or this is a bad proposal. This is a good proposal, let's say whether this is the case, or this is a bad proposal, let's find ways to kill it. That's the way that we think, because we need to make our life efficient. So try to impress the evaluators also from the illustrations point of view. So I would like to see illustrations like macarons, yes? That they make the life of the evaluator much tastier. So I would like now to understand that, also take into consideration that evaluators, as I said, as I keep on saying, they don't have English language as their first mother tongue. So illustrations help them to understand easier the context of your application. So try to use them when I say illustrations, figures, charts, tables, diagrams. As a rule of thumb, one illustration per page, or one chart per page, one diagram, or every 2 pages, it's up to you, but have that into your mind. And it's extremely important when you want to see the project methodology, or what is your project about, or the project concept, how it's going to benefit the target groups. If you can have that in a visual format, it's going to be by far more powerful. So try to work on that. Remember, these are the macarons. And there are some illustration tools that you can use, of course, flat icon, story set. Now there are many more that you can use, but try to have them in your toolkit. It's important. And last but not least, but is related with illustrations, are the aesthetics. And I will explain what I mean with that. These are 3 paragraphs. They have the same information. The same information. While you're reading it, if you don't want something to be escaped from the attention of the evaluator, which one you will pay attention to? The last one. So something that you definitely don't want to be missed. You believe that is the breakthrough in your project. You believe you're really proud and the evaluators need to know. You frame it. You're allowed to do that. Maybe you change also the background. I don't know whether it's visible in your slides. You change the background grayer. And you use some bolds also. Yes? If you don't want something to be missed by the evaluator, because they will miss it. if you have it in that format or in that one. Clear? So you work on that. No, for the things that you don't want to be missed. Something that you believe is very, very important. Yes? Don't overdo it. Yes? So, believe it or not, we complete the recipe, with the criteria formula. Okay, now. Oh, yes, we have a test. Yes, because I want to talk about the groups, but we have a test. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, let's do the test. This one here, and see who will be the final winner. Let me see here how I do it. PowerPoint intelligence. Can you hear me on that? How to start the...
You say project, right?
Share or present? Because I need to go to... We have all the quizzes in one, so that's the problem. I will stop.
Can we make it from the presentation?
Unlock. Yes, I think it's easier. Where is it? Deactivate poll.
Maybe add a poll.
Hmm?
Maybe add a poll.
No.
Maybe this one.
No, create. Where is the slide? Let's do it that way. Hopefully. Can you access the... yes? So, what does the criteria? Someone said challenge. And someone said consortium. Someone said compliance. Okay. The citations, actually. Okay. IPEC again back on track. Let's see. Next one. What score threshold match is evaluation meeting Horizon Europe proposals? I didn't say that, but yes, you can guess. Sorry about that. No, overall score match each evaluation criteria meet. Okay, let's see. It's 3, correct. Good. I'm glad to see that the majority said that. IPEC again. Then a total score of 11 is typically enough to secure funding. What do you think? Okay, actually it's false. Most of the proposals, in order to be accepted, even if they're above the threshold, they need 13.5, 14 out of 15. So this is false. Okay, IPEC still in the first one. What does the T refer to in the criteria framework? I think that's easy. I exhausted that, actually. I'm very pleased to see that everyone got that. My God, at last we have one that is unanimous. I don't believe it. That's excellent. So you see, if you insist on some things, how they are accepted. Sometimes because of lack of time, I cannot insist. Not because I cannot insist, but it's impossible because of lack of time. Very good. I'm very proud of you, even for that. Only for that. I'm really, really proud of. Excellent. So again, IPEC are the first one, and then two more. I think abstracts are optional and do not affect proposal evaluation. I will be happy to see also here 100 if possible. But at least you have the other one, which is perfect for me. Okay, almost. Once a true, that is false. Abstracts are very important, they are not optional, and they do affect the proposal evaluation. So again, IPEC, and then we have the last one. Which of the following increases cognitive ease for evaluators? A little bit more challenging, that one. Close. One said by voice, strong visuals and section headers. Yes. Wow, and we have a winner. So IPEC from Zoom, I think it's from Zoom. Remember? Then we have Bullet. Then we have Zeynep. Then we have Summit. And then Guzin. Congratulations. Okay, so preparation for the workshops. I will tell you also, while I was talking to some colleagues of yours, I had some ideas. Okay, we discussed that about ERC. I have here some ideas. First of all, I would like, this is the LinkedIn. If you want to connect with me, please do so. Is the best way if you want to ask me any question and etc. is the one that I personally check through LinkedIn. So if who doesn't have a LinkedIn account? Who does not have a LinkedIn account? Good. Because you need to create one if you don't have it. It's extremely important for your networking and etc. So I'm very pleased. So I expect all of you to connect because there are no excuses. Now, what I want is I would like to discuss before our lunch break. I would like to discuss our workshop activities, and I will create one more here because that was an idea that was given. 1.6. Identify pillar 2 running projects that do not have a partner from any country to approach them and submit a hop-on proposal. What is that? Can you tell me? What is that? What I added here? No, I'm asking you to tell me what you have to do and why I'm asking that. I want to know. I want you to identify projects that they don't have any partner from any country, including Turkey, so you can exploit the hop-on facility, contact them, and see whether you can apply for the hop-on, so they can take you on board without any extra money funding from the project participants. So to get some extra money. So that will be, I think, an interesting exercise. So I will reduce the text so that will be visible. Okay. So I want to start preparing, and after the lunch break, you will form the groups. So we have here we have, and let me present it. So it's here. So while I would like you to think the different options, I would like to know who wants to be involved in what. And I will write that here. And I would like to 6. Okay, so I go. So we have group 1.1. We have group 1.2. We have group 1.3. We have group 1.4. We have group 1.5. And we have group 1.6. So I would like to know who wants to be involved in what. Actually, let me see. Let's identify why they have been funded. So these are also here. These are different. I have here. If I pillar. Here are these different sub-programs related to any of those, so you can apply those tasks in any of those sub-programs that you wish. Yes, it's up to you whether you want to, for example, identify ERC projects from Cordis, or identify from Marie Curie actions from Cordis, or identify in your area, in group 3, identify 1.6, the ones that they don't have a widening country. But for the time being, you don't need to worry on that. I think it is confusing for you. So for here, we have those groups, and I would like to know who wants to be involved in what. So I will start with group 1. Who wants to be involved here on group 1.1? First of all, who wants to be involved in 1.6? Raise your hands. Okay, so we have here the names. I will need a volunteer. Can you volunteer? Can you come here and write the names, please? It's easier for me. Since write your first name, Mustafa, first of all. Smaller letters. Maybe we have many participants. Mustafa. Then who else? Write the names. Write the names also for the others. You are my assistant.
Guys, how many people?
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You can write next to them also.
That's one.
No, two more. Next to it. Next to it. Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you. 1.1? No one. 1.2? Sorry, 1.1? Yes? Can you write your name and then ask who else is interested? Thank you. For that one. Okay. Who else is interested in 1.1? Someone else? Okay. Perfect. We're going to work together. Okay. That's it. Perfect. Thank you for that. Okay, yes. 1.2, thank you very much. 1.2 is identify those courses that require social science disciplines. So we have one there. Okay. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Perfect. Anyone else on that? Perfect. Excellent. Anyone else on that? Then 1.3. Anyone? Connect with the social media channels of the latest creative agency of your interest. Okay. Perfect. Anyone else? On that? Okay. Perfect. Anyone else on 1.4? Okay. Good. Last entry. Okay. 1.4? Anyone?
Bir üçe mi bir dördüncü? Samet also, I think
Summit, okay. Yes, yes, that's okay. Anyone else for 1.3? Okay. 1.4? Identify experts. Anyone interested? So you can invite them to evaluate your proposal or as partners. No one? Maybe we can change. 1.5? Okay. Put the names, please. 1.4, we don't have any. 1.5. For 1.5. Okay. Is there anyone that hasn't joined the group? Okay. Perfect. Is there anyone that hasn't claimed something? You're going to leave? Okay. No worries. Okay. Great. So everyone is covered. Now, thank you for that. Thank you. It was a pleasure also. An applause for our assistant here. Now, for 1.5, I would like to know, the four of you, do you have a common idea or you have different research interest? The four of you over there. Same interest. So you're going to be together, more or less. Yes? I will circle you around. Okay. Okay. What about the rest here? Do you have, okay. That's very convenient. That's very convenient. Okay, that's excellent for me. I think we don't need any grouping for the other ones. Maybe for 1.6 here. What are your research interests? Because I would like to see for 1.6, what are your research interests? So what is your, Mustafa, what is your research interest, first of all? Material science. Material science. So we have one, so I will write it with, so one is, so we have one that is material. Okay, and the other one, do we have any other? Sorry? Environment. So, anything else? Cybersecurity for cluster 3. Cybersecurity. Yes? Anything? That's okay, no worries. You will work on your own, I will help you on that. No worries on that. Yes? Do we have any other for 1.6? Yes? So, so we have materials. Ahmed is in, which one you are? Environment? Canon materials. Gooden is cyber security, no? Yes? Cyber, I will see. Environment. Environment. Okay. So, do we need any other grouping? Let me see if I'm missing something. No, here in 1.1, here what is the areas that we're interested in? Forestry. Okay. What else? What kind of biology? Marine, marine. Okay. Biology. And civil engineering. Okay, they are not that related. So we have to work. You can work in the same team, but we are going to choose different keywords. So we have here marine, and we have here civil engineering. Okay. Yeah? Look, for me, the more, the better. But I will tell you some conditions. Yes? The conditions for the ones that are in 1.1, I would prefer projects that first priority that are still running. Yes? That's and I will explain afterwards why. That are still running. If you don't find projects that are still running, then you go for the ones that have ended. But they are in Horizon Europe, second priority. If you don't find Horizon Europe project, which I doubt, then you go to Horizon 2020. But the first priority is running projects, and I will explain why. And this is applicable for everyone. Because first of all, you are going to identify previously funded projects and see their profile, why they have been winning. That's excellent. And that is applicable for running projects and for completed projects. It's the same rationale. However, if you identify running projects, then I would like you, not in this workshop, but as a homework, to connect with them and see whether you can add some value as a peer reviewer. I would like you to extend your network. And the next time that there will be a call that will be related to that project, you will be already connected. You will be a friend of a collaborator. So I would like you to connect now in order when a call is present to offer something, to be invited on board in their proposal. You follow the concept behind it. That's why it has to be a running process. You can offer some value to it. Now, that is still running. Is that clear? Yes? Okay. So I would look. Your is forestry. Okay. If you can narrow down a little bit more, because forest is a little bit general. Yes. So if it's forestry management, so try to have it forestry management. Try to be here as specific as possible. For 1.1, you need to be as specialized as possible. Yes? And I can help you on that while you will be doing the search. No worries. But I would like you to understand why I want you to do that. Okay. We haven't missed something out, correct? Also, here that we have 1.6. Here, I would like you also to be specific, as specialized as possible. Yes? It is important to have that here. And also, in 1.5, those two groups, I would like you to be as specific as possible. Have you identified a call already? You have identified a call. Okay. Have you identified a call already? Otherwise, I will help you. You don't have a call. Okay. I will help you to find a call that could be fitting your idea. All right? Okay. Anything else that you would like to comment? Yes? So, who is hungry? We can have our lunch. Yes, and we can be back at 2 o'clock with these groups. Now, you can work in your chairs. You can work on the tables. You can use those tables over there. I will be moving around and helping you. Is that clear? At 2 o'clock. All right? And remember, practice makes perfection. Apply knowledge is power, not just knowledge. Okay, perfect. You're welcome. I have 1 hour and a half maximum until 3:30 in order to work on your tasks. And then you will present your experiences. If I would like, if possible, to have, if possible, 1 hour. But I will say minimum 1 hour, maximum 1 hour and a half. Okay, if you finish early, you let me know. So we will start experience sharing earlier. 1 hour you're going to work on your groups, and then you will present your findings to the whole class. Minimum for the presentation? No, it's 1 hour minimum, I will see, maximum 1 hour and a half. So by 3:30, the latest you should have finished. If possible, by 3 o'clock, if possible. All right. So we have enough time to present our findings. This is what is important. You didn't join any group? Yes? We have here the groups and the names. I don't know.
Close colleague, then I will ask her.
Okay. That's if you want any other preference, you can join any other group. It's up to you. We formulate it. Let me know if you need any help.
Peki tamam.
Okay, I see. I came to you because you are ready with your laptops in front of you. So you will can share similar practices, but you will focus on different keywords. Correct? Now we need to modify a little bit the keywords that you work with. What I mean with, for example, you said marine management, but it's very generic. We need to find something else, like fishery that we discussed. So try to look for projects that deal with fishery. Okay, if you don't find, you ask me, and we'll find another one. So go to Cordis, and as soon as you're in Cordis, I'm going to tell you some filtering also that you have to do. Because we said that the first thing is to find projects that are what? First priority, that are still running. So I will show you how to identify projects that are still running. All right. What is it? Yes, we want something to ask?
After we open the voice for the online participants, can you make just a little bit introduction on what they can do?
Yes, if they are they online, someone? Yes? Okay. Can we send a message? Can you send a message in the chat saying that if someone wants to work in to practice something, which one of those will choose? This is send a chat message in the Zoom on that. So you're
Looking to query for the ecosystem services, for ecosystem services, for instance, projecting the ecosystem services such as climate change or soil loss or timber production.
timber. Timber is something. Use the timber word in your case and see. And yours?
I'm structural engineering and I'm also especially structural health monitoring.
Some more. Some more.
Some discipline is structural engineering. I am working for
Structure or material? Structure.
not material,
Structure.
structural behavior actually.
Okay. Structural behavior. Let's see. Structural behavior of what? Of buildings. Of. Of-
Engineering structures.
Okay.
Behavior of engineering structures.
Okay.
But my focus area is structural health monitoring. Sensors,
Check first with structural behavior to see what we have. And now let me show you in one laptop so you can see how we select projects. So you go to projects, you go to, you put here, first of all, put here your keyword. Fishery, we have, how many we have? We have a lot. So let's do some filtering out. So you go to filters. First of all, as I said, you need to have Horizon Europe. You remember? So you should go to them where it says program, here, content, program. And you select, first of all, Horizon, but before that, because we are looking for collaboration projects, first of all. You can look also for pillar 1 or pillar 3, but let's look for collaboration. So you go to Horizon Europe program, you click on that button, and you select pillar 2. Pillar 2. Yes. And click apply. So let's see how many we have now. So it was significantly reduced, around 2,000. Now, I would like also to see projects that are still running. You remember that we discussed that. We still so you go again to filters. You go to end date, start end date. This one. All right. And you give an end date, later than, so you say from, let's say end date from July, May, June, end date to be from that date onwards. So put August. Okay, so this is 17th of August. Is it your birthday on 17th of August? No, I'm just kidding. Because you didn't put 1st of August. All right, I'm just kidding. So you have that. Apply, click apply, and see how many we... Yes, from. That's it. Nothing else. Now it's manageable. You see, just 332 projects. That's very important. So now, the second thing that I want you to do is, I want you to go down here. I want you to present, can you go further down? Because it doesn't touch my, okay, further down. I would like you to show as many results as possible. 150, 50. All right, so now you can download those results. So you go up and you say download search results. Download them in a CSV format. Yeah, it's better. And then you will, so it downloads the first 50. So then you will go to the next page and you will download 5 Excel files because it is around 200 plus 5. But you need to open it. Is it in a?
Should I download it as an Excel file?
Does it allow you to download as an Excel file? XML or Excel? and then download as an Excel file. This is XML, not. So you need to open it Excel file. The Excel file has some issues to open CSV files. You can use OpenOffice, or you can use. No, because you see, you don't have OpenOffice. Anyway, you'll find a way. Now, what I want you to do is, from the Excel file or from the CSV file, I want you to look for projects. Now we have projects that are open. Horizon Europe, I need one more. I want to have the fishery in the title, not in the description. Why? Because that shows that the focus is on fisheries. Because sometimes if it is fishery in the abstract or in the job, in the project description, that means, okay, it's not one of the priorities. So I want you to look on the titles. How you look that? Now, you need to open it in an, if you can download OpenOffice. OpenOffice allows you to open CSV files very easily in a structured format. But otherwise, you can try also Google Docs, Google Spreadsheet. Can you try Google in Google Drive? Go to Google Drive and open. Not the Excel file, the CSV file. Okay, now it works, you see? I think it works, no? Okay, now it is this is what we want. Okay, so now you can delete the description for the time being. Do we have somewhere the description? No. Can we go description? No. Teaser, in the teaser. In the teaser.
I will delete it.
Yes, so you will just ask then you will ask Google Spreadsheet to look for the word fishery. So that now you will see it in the title more or less. Yes? Yes, in fields of science. So either in fields of science or in the title. I would like to see it in the title. Yes, so highlight that, D, column D, that's the title. Highlight D. No, sorry, make it select all column D. Select it? Is it selected? All of it? No. No. Okay, it is selected, but select it. Select all the column. And now ask to look here for the word fishery. So you need to look for 37 projects. Okay, 37. I think, no, they're looking here also, no? Two projects. So these are the ones you're focusing for the time being from the first spreadsheet. You download from the second spreadsheet, the third and the fourth, because these are the first 50. Okay? All the others, you do the same thing for your own keyword. Yes, then the next thing is to find out the project website. And then from the project website, you find contact details. And also the winning profile, work package structure, results, objectives, consortium synthesis. All right. You will find something like 10 projects that are still running. It's more than enough overall. You found 2 already from the first 50 top. Okay. From yes, contacts last, but first is to find out the winning profile of the projects. So you check objectives, work plan structure, consortium synthesis. I mean, how many are from the academic sector? How many are from the non-academic sector? Is it a RIA or a NIA action? So you can link that with. How many deliverables they have? Do they have a lot of deliverables or few deliverables? How much is their budget? So you're understanding now and see the winning profile of those projects in your area. All right. So you do that, and then you let me know if you have any difficulties.
At the end, will we have something to present?
Yes, then you will present. I found 10 projects. Out of this, what you really liked from your exercise. And you would like to share some tips, some practices, maybe what we did, you liked it. Share with the others, because the others were not in your group, so they don't know it. It's experience sharing. Because I think it's worth also the others to know that. Difficulties that you faced, how you overcome them, experience sharing on that. Yes? So one of you can represent your experiences from that. All right, one of you, not all the three of you, one of you, as a group. Okay. Yes? One moment. I'm coming. Yes? Ah, that's a big group. That's a big group. So you have 1.6. Okay, yes. Good.
Where we should start to search from the call? From funders and tenders? Or?
Yes, okay. Not from funding and others, the first answer is Cordis, but I would like to see whether we can have it also from the Horizon dashboard. Let me think about it. Okay. Yes, but we don't. But we need projects that they don't have a widening country. Remember, not Romania excluded. Romania, Bulgaria, Turkey, Cyprus, Greece, Slovenia, Slovakia. So you need to make a list first of all of those widening countries. You have it already. So you go. Let's go to Horizon dashboard. I don't know.
You mean this one?
I mean this Horizon dashboard, yes, this one here. Okay, we have here. So, where did you go? Projects? Details of projects, okay. No, it will not. Yes, but it doesn't give you a lot of selection criteria. Yes? Yes. But you need to do it one by one. It takes a lot of time. You need to check each project to see how many partners, which partners are involved. So it's going to be a really painful process. We want to be more effective. So, yes, from the country?
The widening countries.
No. No.
Here, country group.
Okay, let me see now whether you select all the countries in Europe apart from the widening ones. Yes? Apart from the 15 widening countries. Why it has only those three? Sorry. Why you have only those three? You made the selection. Let me see. Because you selected this one, project signature year. What is this one?
It is just directly.
How can we avoid the country name from the list? That was
You go to the country group.
country group, yes, that is
And you select all the countries apart from the widening ones.
This non-associated means also widening, huh? Let's say
No, not associated means outside Europe and outside Turkey and outside Tunisia. It means South Africa. It means Brazil. So I don't understand why you have this one. Sorry, you need to go back again because
this is just I chose from here horizon.
Widening countries are already associated countries.
sorry.
Widening countries are
No.
already associated.
No. What the countries are Greece, Cyprus, Malta, Romania are not associated. Are European countries. So yes. So the associate country is Turkey that has an agreement with Europe. Tunisia, Israel, they're outside Europe. Norway.
Because maybe I chose the horizon Europe. If I'm not choosing this, maybe
I don't know. Can you do it from scratch? From scratch. Because I don't know what you did. From the beginning. But you have here already selected a lot of things. So I don't know why you have selected this one. Sorry. No, because you have this one here. I don't know what is this.
it is all signature year project, all year covered all year.
dashboard değil.
I don't know. It's automatically.
No, I don't like that. You want to take them out. I want to have a selection.
Let's dashboard.
Okay, go to R&I projects.
Montenegro. Morocco. When I how can I enlarge this?
Which one? If you mouse over it, you will see these two arrows. Go with the mouse.
Yes. Yes, yes. Yes. In the end,
Yes, you should. But first of all,
I go to the
yes, it's somewhere here. There is to enlarge it. But let me see. No, you should be able to see it here. Enlarge it. You play mouse over it somewhere. So it still has it as far as I can see. Okay, you go to Horizon Europe first of all. You go to let me see.
Diğeri bir şey yazdı mı?
hiçbir şey yazmadı. Var ya orada country liste var ya bak country listesi var.
Sorry, but R&I projects. Can you reduce the screen?
Orada ismi de
More? Yes, yes. More. Yes. Reduce. Okay, now I got it for pillar. You need to look for pillar 2. Remember? Correct? So you select this one here. So that's the first thing that we need to look for because we're looking for collaborative. Only for pillar 2 is the what are you for the hop-on facility. So that's one. Yes, but it is written the full title: Global Challenges and European.
Dash'tan project details'e girdik mi? Tamam. Ondan sonra sonra şu pillar'daki neyi seçtik? Global Challenges diye bir şey var orada.
Göstereceğim sana şimdi.
Nerede?
Öncelikle Horizon seçtim.
Global Challenge. Onu seçtik. Global Challenge şimdiye kadar mı yaptık?
Niye Global Challenge?
Pillar'dan onu seçtim. Pillar 2'yi kapsıyor.
Horizon program
Şunlar değil mi?
So now you need to select each one of those countries that are widening and click exclude. Okay. And then you will see here all the projects that are funded. Now, also, see if let me see. So you have here. Also, if I see.
Global challenge. Second one.
Okay, this is locked, so we have to live with that.
It is written if you
But widening participation yazmış burada bir grup.
Yes?
closed,
Onların
So do it.
global change olanı, but it's not working. Wow.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. So you look all the projects and you exclude the widening. So show it to the others now, so they can do it. All right? Guys, how are you doing? Let me see your idea.
We have some questions actually.
We are responsible on 1.5.
Yes, yes. So you have an idea and you want to find a call for that.
We find a call.
Yes?
And we started to create an idea. Actually, we created an idea.
Okay.
So
What is the call? What is the call?
All of these items, right?
Yes, but first of all, we need to confirm together that the call matches your idea. All right. What is the call that you have identified?
Yes, we have this call.
Okay, this is not a call. This is a project.
Project, yeah.
Yes. So your task is not to find a project. Your task is to find an idea and then try with that idea to find an open call. Yes?
Okay, we first search and open calls.
So, first of all, can you go to my slides, to the slides that I presented? My slides. Yes. Can you go to the draft work programs? I think they are a little bit further down. No. Where is it? I don't remember which page. Here. Click on that. Download all those PDF and Word files. Download them locally. Or for the time being, leave it there. But that's okay. It's better to download them.
Yapabilirsiniz. Galiba oluyor. Evet. 3 nokta var hocam altta. Ha, o da var. Yok, daha şey yapıyor, sıkıştırıyor.
You download them?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what is the keyword of your idea?
Material science,
Material science. Something more specific?
coding technology.
Coating. Okay, coating is a nice word. We like it. So, look, make a search and ask the search to look on all these documents for the word coating. First of all.
Hepsinde parking arayacağız. Olur. Nasıl yani?
Here you will not find anything on that, I think. No. Check the other one. Coating, probably, I will tell you where to look for. Normally, coating is cluster 4. Not here. Click, close it. The other document. Cluster 4.
Cluster 4.
Yes. Look there. Do they have something? Yes. So try to read that call, because that call will be published, will be open from May in 2 weeks' time with a deadline in September. So read it based on what we discussed on the notes. What are the expected outcomes? What are the expected impacts? And how your idea can fit the 7 principles that we discussed. Yes? So you have now, do you have one call or more on coding? One, eh? One call. So it is not anywhere else. For example, not in the title, but in the body of the call. Look how many sets we have of coding. How many? How many we have?
Şurada niye yazmıyor? Burada sayı yazıyor.
So there are, okay, there is strong interest on coding. So look, maybe there are more than one, but they will be on this document. So your first task is to identify that call and see what the call requires, and check whether your expertise on coding can fulfill their expectations and what role you can have. Okay? And let me know. Then afterwards, I will join you. All right? You're welcome. One moment, because... yes.
For the number 2, identify those calls that require social science discipline. What is the meaning of this? For the science projects, request social disciplines or only social disciplines call? Which one?
The ones that are indirectly require social sciences. Yes, what are you looking for? Yes, what is the... Can I help? How can I help?
No, you are in the wrong way. That's right. Yes.
But no, never mind.
We try to find.
Yes?
Sorry. We try to find calls for proposals and yes.
About social science and humanities? What do you mean, social science and humanities in general?
Actually, we are looking right now. We are just looking the cluster 2.
Okay, that's one point. The other one is, if you are not interested in direct calls, you can find those calls that social science and humanities are indirectly required in all calls. So, what is your research? What is your research area? Nursing. International relationships. Nutrition. One moment, one please. Let's see. What is your marine? And? Genetics. Okay. Now, in cluster 2, you will not find interest from this. All right. And also, in international relations, you will not find something. Yes, but it could be, yes. But you might have maybe more chances if you see how international relationships, or in nursing, it's a little thing delicate, we will see on that, how can be applied in other disciplines. So can you think, for example, the international relationships, how they can be useful in other disciplines? Energy agreements. Machine learning in there. Okay, I see. All right. So, yes. We're going to... Okay. There are two things that you need to work here. I think it's better. First of all, because of nursing, can you give me another word instead of nursing?
Health science. Or,
that's very generic. Something more specific?
Intensive care nursing, nursing education, health promotion, elderly behavior changing or healthy population.
Okay. So we'll separate a little bit the work here because there are different interests. Yes? Now, you probably are more interested to find the calls that are directly linked with your discipline. In your case and in your case. So you might find one in democracy. You might find one in infection. I like the word infection because it's more, it's wider used. Yes. So how are you going to work, you two? You need, most likely, you will not be able to find calls now with those two keywords. Did you find any calls, open calls with those two keywords? Okay, it's not possible. So you go to my notes. Do you have my notes, my slides? Yes.
There is a two lists for the widening countries.
Yes.
But which is the for us?
You exclude all of them.
We are combined the two lists.
Yes, yes, yes. One is this ones, this outermost, and this one. Yes, you need to take all of them out.
We confused because you told us 15 countries, but now more than 15.
Yes, because as a starting point is 15. Yes, as a starting point is 15.
Okay, I opened your slides.
Okay, you go to the draft work programs.
This one?
Further down. Further down, further down. Up. I think we passed it. Yep. That one. So here you find you download that file. You download all the upcoming calls that they are not in the funding and debtors portal. They are draft.
What you want is, for example, we go through cluster 5, dive deep.
I don't know about you. I was saying about them. So they need to go and cluster 2. They need to download. Can I show you here?
I'm going to share it with you.
So these are in the funding and debtors portal, as we discussed yesterday, there aren't any the calls that the European Commission will publish this May. But you can find them in a PDF format, unofficially. You remember that I said that yesterday, that unofficially, so they will publish them in May with a deadline September, October. So in your case, because democracy is something that is quite active, you go and you download the one that is, which one you said is important? Cluster 2. So you download the draft work program of cluster 2. And you look there for any calls that are related to democracy or to international relationships. And then you try from there to see whether there is a call that should be interest of you, in your case. You do the same, but mainly for cluster 1, which is health. And you check what do we have there related to infection, caring, and etc. And you find a call that should be interesting according to your own discipline. So this is for you too. What about you? What is your, along with them, the same thing? Yes? It's the same thing. It's the same thing. You are dealing with marine. It's something difficult. So in your case, you need, in your case, you need to identify those calls from cluster mainly 6. Mainly 6. Why? Because cluster 6 is dealing with natural resources and marine, and try from all those calls from cluster 6 to identify the ones that require social science and humanities. Now, in order to be a little bit, all the calls require disciplines of social science and humanities in cluster 6. Your role is to identify which social science and humanities you need to take into consideration. So the first thing is, you identify calls that are related to marine, because both you're working on marine, correct? Any other word instead of marine? Something more specific? Marine, okay. So you check for, in quotes, for marine pollution. Let's see now if you have any call on marine pollution on cluster 6. This is cluster 6, eh? marine pollution. Ah, yes, we have here. So that's one call. Perfect. So you go to that call. And you read the call, and you try to think what kind of social science and humanities disciplines you need for that call. Yes? This is what you need to do. Yes?
Science project. Situation, the domains that they need in this call. So they need citizen science and
Yes, but citizen science is very generic. So you need to be a little bit more specific. What do you mean with citizen science?
social science. Citizen science means
Yes, what will be the purpose? What? So you need to find out what will be the role, not only the discipline. So you need a sociologist or someone from the social science to do what in your research? So you need to think about that. Yes? So it's better not to have just bullet points of disciplines, but also discipline, role, discipline, role, discipline, role. So there is one in marine pollution. If there are two in marine pollution, you do that for 2 calls. So you go on that and you work it.
Okay, let me summarize this. So we need to identify, let's say we identify the manipulation related calls. We dive deep.
You read them.
Aims, we read them to the aims. Then let's say we want to include the social science people there. Then we decide if we add them, which role can we give it.
Yes, as I said, most likely you need social science and disciplines. You need that. It's not whether you decide whether you need or not. You need it. Why is that? Because as we said, in marine pollution, who are the ones that are affected immediately? Animals, but also humans. And humans. All right? So you need social science and discipline. Which ones you need to think about it. All right? Keep up the good work. Yes?
Behavior changing education program. It will be better for me. I want to ask you our, not homework, but our views. We found this call, and what is our next?
It's up to you. Are you thinking of initiating a proposal? Are you thinking of finding others that write a proposal to join as a partner?
Yes, exactly.
You want this one?
I want to be a partner.
So if you want to be a partner, first of all, you need to identify previously funded projects related to that call. Projects, not calls. Projects that have already been funded and they are running now. No, this is the call of the call. They don't have there. So where do you go to find previously funded projects? Yes, but before checking project websites, where do you go? You go to, it's the task 1.1. So you need to join that group. You need to join that group because each one of them, they have identified calls. I mean, they don't have identified calls. What they have is they identifying projects related to specific topic. You need to identify projects related to a specific topic in order to contact them. Yes or no? You have already identified a call related to international relations with democracy. What is next? Okay, what else is needed now from your side? What are you going to do with that? Okay, you found it. Congratulations. Exactly. These are the people that are working on that, on previously funded projects on specific areas. So they follow a specific, yes, taking the codes and I've explained to them also how to filter intelligently that. So you can work with them to see. Because as soon as you find some, then you can contact them. Either for considering you if they are participating in a proposal or for your network. Yes, you can go there. First of all, this is a big task. It's not after that. It's a big task. Yes? So as long, first of all, you need to find contact details from projects that are related to you, that you believe, projects that are already aligned with this call. Or even better, projects that their results can be a starting point for this call. Which means, in most of the cases, they will be preparing a proposal. Yeah, yes, you need to read the call. Okay. And then thinking how you're going to contact those people as soon as you find the contact details. All right. And then, if there is time, I don't think, but if there is time, you prepare a very nice email with a mantra. You offer and you shall receive, and not give and you shall receive. So you look, as I said to them, for running projects. You see whether you can contribute with your international relations experience on some deliverables that they might be developing. If you have a project idea, then you submit, then you read the call and you prepare. Because they wanted to find projects that they want to participate as partners. So that was, there's not enough space for you. So if you want to submit a proposal, yes? Yes, yes. Yes, and if you plan to submit a proposal, still 1.1 is applicable for you. Why? Because you need to see previously funded projects, and you need to see their profile, their winning profile. How many partners they had? What was their budget? How many work packages they had in research? How many they had in innovation? What type of organizations they had? So you are starting understanding what is the winning profile. The difference, first of all, in Horizon, first of all, you have a lot of research. You don't have a lot of research in Erasmus. In Erasmus, you mainly develop training curricula. And also, you need to have in your project, in your methodology that you're suggesting, you need to have also research, more research. Erasmus Plus projects do not involve that much research. It's very limited, the research that they have. Yes. Mm-hmm.
I joined the social science group because it's my department from the university, not from my job. So, as Chamber of Commerce and Industry, how can we be part of this Horizon group?
You can be very popular partner. Because as a Chamber of Commerce or Chamber of Industry, you have access through your chamber, you have access to small and medium enterprises, companies, and to the industry. So you play a key role in dissemination and exploitation of the project results, also in the user needs analysis. So for any project that is dealing with solutions that are for industry and for SMEs, any project, energy, health, mobility, climate, agriculture, if that is part of your portfolio, you have a key role on dissemination and exploitation. So you can promote yourself in any of those proposals as a partner responsible for disseminating and project results to the SMEs and the industry in your area, because I think you mean Trabzon area. Yes, so that's why. This is your role. This is your main role.
So if I'm going to join a project which is already carried out by someone, so they designed that projects for their country or for their purpose, etc. How can we applicable to Trabzon?
Okay, first of all, there are two different things. One is to target running projects. One is to target organizations that they propose a new project. It's a different thing. Do you understand the difference? All right. So, what I said to you was for the second case, how to identify potential proposal actors that they are preparing a proposal, so to convince them to take you on board. Now, how to join running projects, this is 1.6 group. where one hop on is the hop on where you need to identify running projects that they have a lot, yes, and they don't have a partner from what any countries. This is what that group works over there. This is what they're doing with the hop on. They use the Horizon dashboard and they try to identify projects that they don't have a partner from a wide any country. So then, as soon as they identify one, they contact them and say, why don't you take me? I can help you. I can create also a small pilot. I mean, you identify projects that are dealing with solutions for SMEs and industry first. Yes. And then from pillar 2, as soon as you identify them, then you contact them and say, why don't we use the Hop-on facility to create a pilot in Trabzon area? I will be the contact point. I will bring the pilot to SMEs and industry. I will be the only partner. The budget will be very limited. Do you want to have? Most cases, if you approach them intelligently, you will receive a positive response. So that's the second approach. Yes. So you can also see what they are doing. Yes, I saw it. So you will see also more from the experience sharing. You're welcome. Any other questions? Okay, perfect. Yes?
My keywords is structural behavior, but when I search in the Cortis, I found around 100 results. But when I check the structural keywords, I found the two.
Only two.
Project, but this area is based on the structural materials, not structural behavior.
Yes, you see? That's why. Yes, or engineering behavior. Yes, check engineering behavior, but together, not on their own. Together, in quotes.
Or can I change the European
What? Engineering is very general. You will get a lot of results. Something more specific. Yes? But put it into, yes, like that. I mean, but with structural, not structural behavior without the quotes there. Yes, delete the quotes there, because that was yes, so try now. Only two, you see? That's why. You couldn't have, yes, check those two. So now it's better. Yes, so you need to play around. So one is this, so you find, if these are not the case, then you work on another one. Engineering behavior or something like that, but play around. But with the quotes, as I said.
When I searched before, it's
It two words. Say structural and behavior. No. We want phrase now. Exactly like that. How are you doing?
First, second, and third step. Is it so long?
What is this? This is the?
Yeah, we are applying for co-fund.
For the hop on. But have you? The co-fund.
Yeah.
The co-fund, the Marie Curie co-fund. Are you going to find the funding from the state? The university will fund it.
University.
Will co-fund it, and then the rest from the Horizon Europe. So for how much budget you go?
We haven't spoke yet.
Because they need to match it. I mean, okay, all right. So, is it for co-fund for postdocs or for PhD students? Because you have the choice. It's for.
And we also have a topic. We are aiming
Yes.
empowering female postdocs in IT.
Okay. Postdocs in empowering. Okay. First thing, what I will do is I would like to get inspired from Cordis and see whether there are similar co-fund projects or Marie Curie, not co-fund, Marie Curie, first of all to see that. Are there any Marie Curie, either a postdoctoral fellowship or a doctor? I know that yours in postdocs, but let's say in doctoral networks. In Staff Exchange, I doubt that they have, but they might have. So you look in Cordis for previously funded projects on that to see why I'm saying that, in order to see a little bit their approach. Because what is co-fund? co-fund is a cluster of postdoctoral fellowships. Yes? So if you find a postdoctoral fellowship on that, you will understand a little bit that there is interest on that. And you will see also from the project description how they approach. So it will help you to create those 7 principles of the ideas, just to get inspired as a starting point. Yes? If you don't find anything, then we start from scratch. Yes, because I want you first to get some ideas from winning practices. For staff exchange, no, it will be different because for staff exchange, first of all, the focus is not on postdoc research, is on training staff from university, but also from the industry in a specific domain. I don't know, in your case, I don't think that fits well, because you said it's empowerment. Ah, okay. Just to make sure that they're on the same track. Yeah, then it can fit. Yes, you can see. If you find something that you believe that by doing staff exchange, you will be able to create something that is innovative. This is why you do staff exchange. For creating something innovative and at the same time training the staff that is involved in the exchanges. So also in co-fund, your main purpose is to create knowledge that hasn't been developed so far and it is useful. In your case, empowerment of women in the ICT sector. That is great, but you need first to identify in the 7 principles what is the key challenge. Why we have that kind of problem. What will be your idea will be your solution. Why we need that solution. Why we need that idea. Why we need that project. Why we need 10 postdoc students. In a co-fund, you can have up to 28, 30 postdoc students. So why we need so many? What kind of research each one is going to have? A postdoc research. So it changes a lot. So you need to be careful when you choose a topic, why you choose it. So that's why the 7 principles are a good starting point. Because with the 7 principles, you realize maybe co-fund is not okay for me. I will go for another call. I will go for staff exchanges, or I will go for maybe there is a call in cluster 2 of pillar 2. Empowerment of women in the ICT sector. Maybe there is. You need to look about that. Yes? So for the time being, in order to summarize, I would like you to look for a Marie Curie action. Suppose that this is the case. I would like you to look for a Marie Curie action, mainly a postdoctoral fellowship on empowerment of women in ICT sector. I would like, if there is one. And then get inspired, scrutinize it, see how they have approached the fellowship. And then, from that project, you create a cluster of postdoctoral fellowships based on that initiative. What kind of postdocs you need? One to interrelate with the other. Also, you need to remember that in co-fund, you need to support also the specialized strategic priorities, the SMART SSS, the SMART specialization strategies. SSS, SMART specialization strategies. A co-fund project, in order to be funded, in every country has some research priorities. You need to make sure that the co-fund action aligns with the SMART specialization strategies. Google SMART specialization strategies. SMART. Give it to me. So it's SMART. Specialization. Strategies. You see them as 3S or as S3. Because in a co-fund, this is a requirement. So yes, you can go with that co-fund, but not many co-fund projects are funded. So you need to make sure that at a country level, or at least at a regional level in Trabzon, what you're suggesting is aligned with the SMART specialization strategies. That's a peculiarity only for co-fund. Okay. See how that works. All right. Okay. I have to go there also, but tell me, yes. Tell me here. Tell me. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes.
Your comment and review.
Yes, okay.
1.3.
Uh-huh.
The social
Yes.
media channels of related executive agents.
Perfect.
Our interests.
Yes.
So what we prepared here is presentation.
Uh-huh.
That we found
Yes. Okay, yes. Cinea, of course.
overviews on the page related with that.
So you had Cinea, Rea,
Yeah, yeah.
and the
Just
European Health and Death, yes.
Just part of it, maybe pillar 2, we connected to pillar 2 because
Okay.
it's related to pillar 2, we put it that way.
But you need now to go to those websites and register to their social media channels and to the LinkedIn, Twitter, subscribe to their YouTube, any. Go to one website. Let's go. We have here. Let's go here. So this is the LinkedIn. Yes, follow. You need to follow that. Then you go to their project. Go to the Cinea. Okay, there. So go further down. Let's see. Further down. Okay. So they have Twitter, YouTube, LinkedIn, Cinea. Yes, you need to follow them. Yes. And then you check, this is the one, and then you check a little bit news and events. Maybe they have an event, register for that event. Because if it's interesting for you. Yes? Yes, but be as specific as possible. Don't find so many. I mean, the ones that are directly related to your research. Now you're a different group, maybe you have different interests. But identify the executive agencies that are more related to your own research interests. And follow them, because it will be a lot of information that you will be receiving from them. Yeah? So register in the ones that you're looking for. If you do that, yes. Yes. Yes.
We just wanted to make sure.
Sure. Okay, let's do that. And then what I would like, as soon as you join the social media, I would like to share one piece of information that you believe the other should know. One useful. Something, an event that takes place. An info day event. Or a project that you believe is very useful. For us. For you. All right. Yes, exactly. Okay. How are we doing here? In cybersecurity, no. Where? Yes. Okay, can I... Yes, the only problem is that these projects, all of them here, there are no projects now. Oh, no, this is the old, this is old one. But...
This one, city, but when I searched this one from there, I couldn't find. Maybe its budget is not open now. It can be the reason.
Can you go to all filters here?
I tried to search from
Not here. All filters. Can you scroll down a little bit? Sometimes here, this information is not updated from you finding another spot. Have you checked the Cordis? Check the Cordis.
I can ask another question because because I don't want to waste your time. Sorry. Such as okay, maybe you can choose Horizon CL 2023. Yeah, maybe we can look also this. I open the project and then I try to search the participants section and I can see the participation all over the world. How can I decide?
But they have from Greece, so it's not applicable.
Any project at now.
For what? For hate?
Has not number from the widening area, but I try to search. And I also create a PowerPoint slide for it, such as the first section is fighting crime and terrorism, and it has many subfields. And I try to search each subfield, such as the first one, SCT, and then I found one project, and I also give, but I want to organize slide. As you can see, this project has also member from the widening area. And I also create the other slides for other.
But can we check the codes to see what kind, because you didn't find many projects. So go to, first of all, go to, yes. So this is one.
I can show you.
But before.
I try to search it. This one.
Copy that one. Copy the title. First of all, maybe we need to go to Horizon dashboard, but let's see here whether this one command.
I can find the code from the funding and tenders, but when I open the code, I couldn't see any project.
Yes, there aren't, or not even in. I just want to confirm there aren't, or not even in there. In the funding and tenders portal, can you go to the funding and tenders portal with that code? Now we do elimination. We exhaust all other resources. No. You go to calls. You go to funding, calls for proposals, and you look for that one. Yeah. Let's see. Select it. Okay. So this one. Yes, but we need to go on the updates.
Is it possible they didn't support any project?
Yes. If it was, and I will check if it is. Which one was that? Remind me, which one of those was? 0105, eh? So only one. So it's possible that they didn't find, because normally when there is only one project to be funded, normally they might not find the suitable one. Maybe there was submissions, but no one passed the threshold, because one is very risky. So most likely we exhausted everything. We didn't find. I mean, I liked the fact that you looked. The only yours was very specific, your search. Another one for the hop on, hop off. Can we go to the project website here? I will write hop on. Yes.
O ben olduğumu anlattırmayayım mı? Ben 4.30'da giderim. Kalırsa orada böyle bir şey demiyorum. Ben de top bende. Yani top kötü bir yer.
It has not specific caption. They have not any specific keyword for this project type.
No.
Actually, it's a wider project code.
Yes.
So it must have some keywords with starting with wider. What is the name of it?
It's part of the widening action, because it's part of the horizontal one.
This keyword for searching the home on project code.
No, I'm just looking. Sometimes they have all the projects that are eligible for funding under Hope On. So this is what I'm trying to look for here.
Find some issue.
Yes, but can we open that in a different tab? Okay. So you see all the proposals that exceeded the threshold, they were funded, huh? Yeah, that. No, this one. This is what I was looking for. Well, now it doesn't exist. We updated the mail space once the work program is published. So you see, there is there. So you need to look. Yes, but bookmark it. Because otherwise you have to look for it. It says here, Homo is exposed to early May. So you need to check. So you need to check. Okay, the deadline is going to be September. Okay, this is what I want you to share with the others. This is useful for the others. Okay, yes. Yes, yes. Ten more minutes. You need to wrap up.
We have questions.
Yes.
Excluding the widening
Uh-huh.
but when we check the project, we have
Okay.
when we check the countries,
Yes.
and we are seeing, for example, Hungary. Why it shows us Hungary?
That's very strange. We shouldn't. You're right. So how did you come out to that page?
Just
open click.
Just we click this one, for example.
Can I check the filters first of all?
I think we need to close that. You can see clearly.
So these are the ones.
Exclude countries.
How did you exclude countries here? Because this is locked. How did you do that?
We just looked. Because when we repeat it, it deleted our filter.
Can I have
Yes.
just one?
If the country already widening country, can we apply to this country as well? This country's project.
No, if it's no. But here, you see.
Hungary is not in the list. The only country I think you.
Is it an associate partner? Can I have a look on the coders?
The code.
Is this one? No. Which one? Which one is the
The
last one?
Romania is.
In what any country? Yes.
Here.
Yes. Can we check the website? Maybe they left.
How can we understand they are eligible? Are they eligible for the hop-on or the not?
If there is country from Hungary that receives funding, they are not eligible.
So accept them, all are eligible for it. Right?
Is this is the link? This is the link or where? Yes, but this is no. This is the project website of the coordinator. Did you look on the website of the project? Because maybe I'm saying now, maybe the partner left. So in that case, because it's strange, yes. So it is strange. Now this is one way, and I think it is more. And on purpose, I ask you to do it that way because you have the possibility to look for potential projects now, and you can start contacting. For the hop-on facility, another colleague of yours that is dealing, she will show you that the European Commission, when they will publish the hop-on call, they will provide also a list of the eligible projects, so you can look for. The European Commission, when they will publish the call, they will publish also a list, an Excel list of 1,000, 2,000 projects that are eligible for the hop-on facility. But two drawbacks. That's why. First of all, you have to wait for them to publish it. As soon as it is published, everyone will contact them. So that's why it is better to look now. Yes, but you will see the other way also from the others. Now, the fact that there is Hungary here, for me, is strange. I don't know. Because you're right. I checked also the sets filters that you did. No. It will be published on early May when they will publish the hop-on call. The hop-on call will be published officially early May. So as soon as they publish the call, they will have also the list of the projects that are eligible for hop-on facility. But as I said, it's too late. Try to do it now on that. All right. Did you find now, apart from that one, for the call, you're mixing projects with call. We need the funding, we need calls, that we need the hop-on call to be published to allow you. Now you cannot apply for the hop-on call. You need to wait for the European Commission to publish the hop-on call. As soon as they publish it, they will invite applicants to apply, and they will issue also a list of all the projects that are eligible for hop-on, that they don't have a partner from a widening country. Okay. But that will be early of May, with a deadline of submitting the proposal, normally September this year, which is something that you need to take advantage, definitely. But the thing is now, if you have already found something that you believe is entitled for a hop-on, you contact them now. Yes? Now, the fact that there's one from Hungary, I don't know. Skip it. Ignore it. Sometimes there are glitches on the database. Did you find any other? Did you find any other? No?
Find somehow the list that's already started. It's on the started.
Yes, it doesn't matter.
7 years project, it says.
It doesn't matter if they have already started.
So it started and we
But
just...
how can we contact with it? Just go to the website or writing it to
Yeah, we need to
coordinate?
find the contacts first.
Yes, mainly from the project website.
Project related with your subject, and there is no widening countries.
You found some.
Yeah, there's a list, many lists.
There's a many list.
When you write material,
Material is very generic. Yes, but did you find that they don't have a widening country? They don't have a widening country in their consortium. Okay, if it shows that, that's okay. Okay, but maybe because you need to search more specialized instead of material, say I don't know, nanomaterials or graphene or something else. So you narrow down that to see something that makes you what you are really good of. What were your latest publications? In which area? In materials or in something more specific? So you look for that according to your publications. Huh?
when we decide, okay, this is very suitable, what should we write? Just directly to write the coordinator? Or?
Yes, the coordinator is the contact point for the hop-on facility. Yes, first a compliment. Secondly, offer them something. I mean, yes, or to be for how long they have been running those projects? For how long? First year?
Close to the first. I mean, we found a couple of in the beginning.
Okay, it's a good timing now. So you can contact them and see whether they're interested to see. First of all, you are going to, that's for everyone. You contact them, but you're not going to mention a hop-on facility. You contact them and you say, I would like to see how we can contribute to your project. You don't use the hop-on facility. How can you contribute? And you arrange a face-to-face meeting. Say, this is what we do. We can bring SMEs and industry from Trabzon. We can peer review some of your deliverables. We can include you as joint authors in one of our publications. Offer something. And then in the second meeting say, by the way, we have a hop-on. Do you think that we could collaborate? So you offer something that doesn't show your agenda. Okay. How can we contribute? Not your deliverable. You check their deliverables and see. Forget your yes. When you are accepted in the project, you're going to contribute. You're going to revise the technical annex. You're going to contribute to the project with a deliverable on its own, writing some sections of other deliverables, conducting a pilot. It is under discussion. But first, you need to find out more about the project. So you need step by step, don't rush. So say, how can we contribute to your project? We like it. Okay? Maybe they have associate partners, or this in different section. And I see. Maybe these are participants and these are associate partners. But I think that's why. Do they have a budget? Do they have the budget, the partners? No. So it's associate partners. Associate partners. No, it is supporting partners that they are highly interested to the project results, but they don't receive any funding. Okay. Yes, they like the project. They're highly interested to the project results. So you're almost done. Yeah. Okay, please. Yes. 10 more minutes, maximum. 10 more minutes, because we need to hear your findings. Okay, very quickly. Very quickly.
Actually, we finished draft, but we don't know that's true or not. Firstly,
First of all, do you like that call? Do you think it fits your needs? Absolutely? Okay, perfect. Then you created an idea based on the 7 principles?
Yeah.
Perfect.
That's our title of our project.
You found already the title? Okay. Okay. Perfect. Yes? Uh-huh.
And then we replied and answered all the questions, 7 questions.
The 7 principles. That's perfect. Okay, all of them.
It's a little bit long.
Yes, but then you're going to, based on that, you're going to have a summary of your proposal idea. Now, if you want some help and you want that to remain private, as a tip, you can go to ChatGPT, you ask for a temporary chat, which means that nothing is saved and nothing is used to someone else, it remains confidential. You say, you upload that document and you say, give me based on that document a 4 sentences idea. Check it and let me know how that. You're going to present it. Okay? Yes? Okay, 4 is, remind me, the
Novel for research industry.
novel for research. Okay, so it's state of the art. I mean, yes, it's state for the art. Why it is state of, so novel for research is state of the art. Industry and society means giving solutions to industry or societal problems. And the 6, 7, not possible to be made by others now. Why you are, yes, why you are the most suitable, yes, why you are the most suitable team for this? Why? What makes you really the most appropriate team for that?
So, okay, how should we write the difference between these two?
3 and 4.
Yeah, because these are our outcomes and
First of all, number 3 is impact. Scientific impact, societal impact, and economic impact. Yes? What will be the benefits? Benefits. Yes? The benefits in science, in industry, in society, in economy and society. Benefits. Number 4, impact. Whenever you see the word impact, that means benefits.
it's 4, number 3, you said, right?
3. Yes, because it has the word impact. That's why. Yeah? Okay. 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes. Yes? You're doing well? Yes? You did some experience sharing with your new colleague? Perfect. So you want to, the new calls? You need the new calls or what?
Actually, I want to read about Hop-on facility in the work program, and I want to list the
Okay. Okay. I see. Good point. Go to my slides, my training slides. Okay, so you go up, up, up, up, up, up. Up, up. Sorry, you passed it. No. You further up. Open the check there. I think I have here the draft work program of Widera. That's one. You download it. And you look. Do you? Let me check. Do they have hop on? I want to know also. Check together with me. Hop. Yes, they have. Okay. So you share that experience also with the others, eh? When we ask you. Okay. Okay. Let's start wrapping up. So we will be presenting. You don't need to move from your seats, but you will be presenting with a microphone and etc. Yes. Choose which one you would like to be represented from your group, and the others can comment. Yes.
We want to show the surging process, and this is the
Projects. How many projects? How many projects you found? How many?
I will show you, and I didn't add here.
But why you had a net date of 30th of April 2025? You need an open date. You need to find open calls. You have an end date. You need open.
Açık olan ihtiyaç 2030'u seçmeyin.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
O şey
Start and end date. And you have from end date, not to, from. So you select, yes, 30th of April. Okay. Okay, 29 results. Okay,
Yes. And I
that's okay.
and this one is very
Okay, very relevant to you. Okay, very good.
I will add
Yes.
this screen.
Or you can download those results. You can download those results from download the results. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. I think that's okay.
Do we need to more something for presentation? We edit the screenshots and the coordinates.
That's more than enough. That's okay.
This is the website and we objective, challenge, solution, and impact.
Okay. That's okay.
It's okay.
Yes, yes. Whatever you do, there is no ceiling on that. It's perfect for the time being. All right. So let's wrap it up.
There's no voice.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, wrap it up. Now, some of you have been preparing some presentations, some of you have been working on paper. The ones that have been preparing presentations, they are more than welcome to go on. Can they share their, with their laptop what they worked? It will be complicated. But we have participants in the Zoom that they want? They have still participants in the Zoom? Or they left? So do we have participants in the Zoom or they left? They're waiting? Okay. Do you have a USB flash? Okay, who wants to present first? Which group wants to present first? The idea is, perfect. We have the first volunteer and thank you for that. The idea is to do some experience sharing. So to learn from the others, also to say your difficulties and maybe we can comment on some things that you can overcome. Is that clear? But first is to show some things that you really liked as experience sharing with the others, so the others can learn. So we can have first from you, yes? So do you have a presentation or you can discuss without a presentation? Do you have a presentation? Perfect. So you can use just the microphone. Okay, that's more than enough for the time being. Then you can start, for the others that they have a presentation, you can start collect them from the... Okay, so you, please, your attention here. We're going to start. Please pay attention to your colleague. We have a group here that was responsible of identifying for a call of their interest, identifying what kind of social sciences are needed in that call. In addition to some scientific disciplines, we had to find social science and humanities. Which were those, and also the role of each social science and humanities discipline. All right? Okay, please, quiet, quiet. Let's listen to our colleague. Please, the floor is yours.
Anyway, so we were trying to integrate social sciences to one of the science-related projects that we can apply to. So we looked to the cluster 6 because we are marine scientists. So within the cluster 6, we use keywords like marine and pollution. Then we find one specific call that really really close to our field of expertise.
I'm opening a bracket here. Where did you find that call?
I found it from your presentation. There was the link on the page 36, which was shared with us through gmail.com.
So it was draft work programs that you download. Some of you have used it already, some of you haven't used it. So in your slides, there is also a link where you can find the draft work programs. The ones that we expect the European Commission to publish early May next month. All right? With a deadline in around September 2025. Thank you.
So the key challenge for us was we went to the tenders portal. We were trying to look for the open projects. We couldn't find it there with the keywords. That's why it was really easy to use your link in our case. So the project call that we find is related with the marine pollution. The name of the call is Cumulative Impacts of Marine Pollution. So in this call, they're expected us to determine the whole levels of all the pollution in the biodiversity. How does it affect the animals, humans, and everything? So we need to address all the, all the, what was it? Anyway, so we need to determine the different type of pollutants, and we were looking to see if we can integrate the human science or like social sciences there. So we need to design, we understand from the call that we need to design communication strategies to promote and inform customers' behaviors and sustainable seafood choices. And we think who we can include to this one. Sociologists? Yeah, sociologists and nutritionists, especially in the local health centers, can help us.
Perfect. Any other ideas from the audience?
Yeah.
Any other ideas from the audience on that? What else? Any other social science and humanities discipline that you could involve? What about
Ministry of Health, like the subdivisions of it?
Ministry of Health? Yes, as partners, but not from the part of social science and humanities. But as partners, yes, you definitely need that. Very good point.
And we were thinking NGOs as well. Some of the NGOs can make the campaigns to promote, like,
yes.
Eat this, don't avoid eating a lot of this.
Okay. What about, you are making a lot of noise. Please, please. What about a legal expert for policy making and policy recommendation? Ah, okay,
yes.
all right, perfect, perfect. Please, so go on. Yes, yes. Okay, go for it, go for it. Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. So we also think that we need expertise in consumer awareness campaigns for especially young children and students, so they need to learn how to eat healthy seafood. So for that, we were also thinking nutritionists and pollution experts like NGOs to teach them how to do it. Then there is a gap in existing policies. So for that, to cover the existing policy gap, we were thinking to include parties from Ministry of Environment. So they might play a role in applying this to policy.
Yes, better. Thank you.
And to provide governance recommendation based on the scientific results that we will put in like within the 5 years, we were thinking to part with municipalities, coast guards as well. And
Okay.
also,
Why you need 5 years for that project? How
we need
much
the
is
5 years for the project, but the expected outcome.
the expected outcomes? The long term. Perfect.
So long term, we need to partner with sea guards as well. They need to know. Also municipalities, so they play a role, and I think that's it. So
Okay.
This is all that comes to our
Rules and things also belongs to this issue. So Minister of Environment also follow this.
Okay. One question, and then I will ask another one. Why you focus on nutrition? Was that something from the call that was expected?
The call says that we need to improve like the health of the people through eating sustainably and choosing like seafood. Having them in their place.
Perfect, perfect.
That's why
That's very good then. And one last question. What would you like to share as a tip to the rest of your group here from that exercise?
So it was really interesting for us because we are like not social scientists. don't actually know what they do, but if you dig deep, really the Horizon web page looks like really complicated, but if you dig deep and ask your colleagues, you can easily find what you need, what you're looking for, so it really helped. And I also learned with this exercise how to use the keywords in which section of the portal I never tried before, so I think that helps.
Okay, you mean the keywords in the portal for doing what?
Portals for finding the clusters, which cluster that I'm interested in,
Okay.
and also the keywords to finding, for example, marine-related calls easily.
Okay.
Otherwise, there's like a huge list to go through one by one, so it was helpful. in our
Okay,
case.
perfect. Anyone else would like to comment, add something from the group here? Okay. All right, so an applause to our group here. Thank you for that one. So I hope you keep notes on that because these are very useful. We have here, yes? Okay, thank you. So can you repeat, first of all, what was your key purpose, I mean, from your group?
Was, identify previously funded projects using Cordis. We have worked on two fields. So the first one was from fisheries. In the keywords, we used the word fisheries, in which we got some 20,000 results. So when we use the filters, like the end, that should be August, Horizon Europe, Pillar 2, and Global Challenge. With these filters, at the end, we have got 232. So among these 232, we search for the keywords in the title that provided two projects with the title that has the word fisheries. So when we read the titles of each project, we found that there are a lot of projects related to fisheries, but they don't have the word, the keyword fisheries. Then we search.
One moment, if I can. So let me recapitulate a little bit on that because that's very useful, what they did. So they were looking for projects that are related to their own research area. And they were, as a first priority, looking for projects that the end date is, they are still running. And they, at the beginning, they went to Cordis. Cordis allows you to do this filtering, allows you to look for projects that they are still running. There is a search filter on that. And at the same time, since they had a lot of projects, more than 230 projects, they said, okay, our focus is on fishery. It can be anything in your research keyword. I would like to look for projects that the main focus is on fishery. Which ones are those? The ones that the keyword that you're looking for is where? In their title. So this is what they did. And please go on.
In the next, we try to search for the website related to this project, like its own website. On the website, when we click on About, from the About we found objectives, impact, results, work packages and partners, and also contact person. But in most of the projects website, there was no information about the duration, about the funds, that how much fund is provided. So Fateh found out that each project also has Cordis profile. So using the Cordis profile together with the project on website, we can get a lot of information about the project.
Perfect. Well, two questions. What were the... So first of all, you found 237 projects. Cordis gives you the possibility to download in a CSV file those searches. So they downloaded those projects in a lot of 50. Why? That's the maximum that Cordis allows you, to download projects from 50 in packs of 50. 50, 50, 50. So they downloaded something like 5 files. You understand why 5? Do you understand why 5 files? Because each one had 50. They were more than 237. So they download 4 CSV files with 50 contacts, and the last one was with 37 contacts. Correct? Now, they were downloading in a CSV format. did you face some difficulties with the CSV format?
Yes.
Yes? Yes? Yes, please.
For this website, I couldn't see from here. I need to check from my computer also. Yes, this is the my screen.
Mm-hmm.
I write keyword as nursing,
Mm-hmm.
and I write end date from this year.
So any project that goes on
Yeah.
from today onwards, from
Yes.
end of April onwards.
Yes.
Okay. How did you do that in the filter?
29 results
Mhm.
for nursing.
Can you show to the others how did you do that in the filters? Very quickly. Can you? Is it interactive?
No.
It's a screenshot, eh?
Program
Okay.
Global Challenge and European Industrial
Okay.
Competitiveness.
Yes.
And
So you see here that the selection criteria, if you select filter, then you check, this is the name. Before, can you go back? So this is the pillar 2 name. And here the selection is end date from end of April 2025. So all the projects that go beyond that day and they finish after that date, I would like to have them with the keyword nursing. Very good. Please go on.
And the nickname, I'm not sure the In Touch is nickname for this project.
The acronym,
Yeah.
In Touch. Yes,
In
the
Touch.
acronym.
And I can see coordinator information. We can contact by information.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And actually, we added website link, but I'm not sure can I use it now. Project information file we download, and
Okay.
at the same time,
Mhm.
The project website is also we can.
Mm-hmm. So this is a profile what they were dealing about. The problem, the solution, and the benefits, correct? Perfect. So you can get inspired from that also. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Same time, another project screening and information
Mm-hmm.
we can show you about the civil engineering area. But yesterday can present for you.
Okay, can we add one question to that one, if possible? Yes? What would you like to ask your colleague? She found an interesting project. It's still running. So what should be the question? I expect that to be raised from this group. What should be the question that you need to ask? Are there, exactly, are there any partners from a widening country in that consortium? Sorry for that. I mean,
It's a widening country. It is 29 different countries. You have to check the list.
can we see the partners list? Can we see the partners list? Do they have it? Okay. Okay, so what they're asking is if there are no widening countries, so not from Turkey, not from Cyprus, not from Greece, not from Hungary, these 28 widening countries, you might want to contact them, and you might receive some funding from the Hop-On facility for participating in the project without any funding from the project. You will receive extra funding from the European Commission. Yes, so check that. This is your homework, to check that. All right, okay, you're welcome. Please. It's better late than never. Okay, perfect.
When I talk about Nico, he answered a question for the specific keywords, and I found a project for when I'm interested in. It's about enhancing interface and trade categories for dynamic compatibility assessment for European Railway Bridge. It's about for the structural assessment of the railway bridge. It's a program that the topic on climate, energy and mobility or smart mobility. The topics about contained in the bridge dynamics. You can see middle of the picture in the slide.
In the right side of the pictures, you can show the about of the project details. It's around 1 million euro. The total budget is coordinated by the University of Porto in Portugal. Okay, sorry. The project's scope. When I checked in project scope, is a review to Euro codes and standards based on the dynamic performance criteria in railway bridge, and the project scope is contain the development and testing new evaluation procedure and the monitoring structural performance of the service life of the bridge. And proposing the updating standards, some specific standards. It's about the project scopes. The project objective is the update and improve the dynamic characteristic of the bridge and increase the service life of the bridge and to enhance the safety, reliability, and interoperability of the railway.
So, what is the difference between project scope and project objective? What is the difference between project scope and project objective?
The project scope actually is the
purpose.
Out of this art of the state.
State of the art, eh? Okay.
The next
because
one,
all right, sometimes maybe if you go back, maybe you can combine both. Instead of having project objective, have project scope and have all these 6 bullets and see whether some of them can be merged. Because otherwise, you know, because as we discussed from this training, in order to formulate the project objectives, you check the project the call scope. So sometimes by reading this, it means that these are objectives and these are objectives also. Yes? Now, one thing that I would like to comment here is what? Yes, exactly. The word improve. They have used it. Yes? They've used it. You take it from the project website. So, to update and improve the dynamic performance assessment, this is not a good example. For me, it would have been a better one if we had some other words. So to increase, as we said, you remember that we said to increase the dynamic performance assessment. And what is missing from those project objectives? Maybe it was in the project website, but what is missing from those if we assume that all these are project objectives? What is missing from the project. It's not their work. It's discussion for everyone. What this means? What do we need? For objectives? Measurable. Where are the KPIs? So you say here to improve, to increase by 5% or something the performance. So this is something that probably it was not possible from the project website, but this is something that you need to have in mind. It should be there. Okay, perfect. Anything else?
The next one is the partners.
Uh-huh.
The main coordinator is the University of Porto, and the other partners is you can see on the right side in the map. I think it's France, Germany, England, and Portugal.
Okay. If we didn't have that partner here,
Yeah.
from Porto, what it would have been? It would have been possible for hop-on facility. Okay, you start getting now the message. Very good.
And the next one is why was this project selected? Because
Very useful, this one, yes?
it's aligned directly with Europe's objective because you know it's a global warming in our Earth. And we need to update any existing new standards and increase the service life of the bridge, especially bridge, because if we cannot do a retrofit of the bridge, it can be the failure suddenly, and it makes economical results, I think.
Okay.
The project of purpose and also innovative and practical solution, both theoretically and experimental measurement. It also brings strong and experienced consortium, also many partners in the project, and also it supports climate neutrality and carbon reduction goals. Why I selected this one?
Perfect. One question. Is this, very good, is this a research project or a coordination support action? What the others think? Because I don't know, I mean, from what I see.
I think it's a research project.
It's a research innovation project.
TRL 1, 2, 3. It's
Okay.
increased the two level.
Okay. Then it is definitely something like that. And any tips that you would like to share? Some tips, some good practices that you would like to share with the rest of your colleagues here?
I recommended my college is you can, if you can select a keyword but the specific meaning, you can easily search and see what's going on the project, and you can also see in the Cordis website results of the project and some delivery articles, conference papers, or something like. It's very useful for the when you use.
Perfect. So keep that in mind. Indeed, that is very useful. One is to play around with the keywords. If you don't find something, or if you find too many projects, play around with that. Secondly, instead of finding and trying to find the project website, you can always look in the Cordis for seeing and downloading the public results of that project. So that's another tip. Perfect. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Very good work. You want someone else to comment, something to add? That's okay.
It's up to you if I don't want to take the time.
Okay.
But I can mention that the tips that I select
Yes.
for 2 minutes maybe.
Yes.
I applied the same procedures. I make some queries on the Cordis. And finally, I selected 4 different projects, and I focus on one. It's opt for EU project. The researchers collaborated within this project because there was a wildfire in 2022. So they understand that the wildfires comes from the climate change, and they try to manage the forest to reduce the effects of negative effects of climate change and the resilience. So the main output of this project is a decision support system. So they integrate the future climate scenarios, and they try to manage the forest areas. They selected, I think, 8 different forest labs, and they somehow compare the managed and unmanaged forest stands and forest areas to see the effects of thinning and regeneration to fight against the climate change.
So what is the tip that you would like to share with the others? What kind of tips you would like to share with the others?
The output is very important, I think.
The decision support system?
This decision support system will provide to all the community with free.
Okay.
So, I think the
Good tip.
evaluators
Appreciated that.
will
Very good point.
affected by this.
Yes, yes, indeed. It's a free tool. It's a free infrastructure.
Everybody can use this tool without any payment.
Perfect. An applause. Who else would like to now go? Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Fatih, for the presentation, for everybody, of course. So, what is the current service life for the bridges, and what is the targeted one? I really want to see that because this is very important to affect the, to get it supported.
Very quickly, because we don't have that much time, please.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, the normally in bridge service life is 100 years. It depends on the climate change or something like this. But if you can, you build the bridge, and after that 10 years, 100 years, it's an economical problem for us. But if you can retrofit step by step and increase the bridge, maybe you can also 150 years also. Yeah.
Okay, to feel safe. Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. Nice.
Yeah.
So what was your group about?
Yeah, hello, dear colleagues. Okay. So, this is our presentation? Oh, really? I didn't know that. Thank you so much. So
it
we
was,
are
okay.
group 3, and which refer to pillar 2, actually. What we focus on actually connect with the social media channels of the related executive agency of our interest, actually. But before that, we discussed our research area and interest.
Yes, yes.
And we go through the web, actually the websites. We pay attention on. Can I have the? Okay. Is it? Yeah. Is it working? Okay. Actually, you see the titles on the blue colors. European climate. Can I get close because I cannot read? So European climate infrastructure and environmental executive agency, because it refers also pillar 2. So we go through that pages, but I basically say that here again we check with the one with the pillar 2. We have also European Health and Digital Executive Agency, and we have also European Research Executive Agency related with the pillar 2 ones. Also, we didn't pay attention on this because it has pillar 3, and we also didn't pay attention on pillar 1, right? So
you want this? You want this?
Okay. We prepared. We start with the first one, as you see here, European Climate Infrastructure and the Environment Executive Agency. So we actually found the channels, social media channels that shows about the activity actually. So we also, for example, this is X, previously Twitter. This one is LinkedIn, and the other one is okay. Okay. So we put also the overview for the climate, the overview of the page actually here. It's about the European Climate, Environment and Infrastructure Executive Agency, which is SINEA. I always confuse the word with the Siena. It's a city is in Italy, so I always confuse with that. So,
or a nice way to remember it.
Yeah. At least it's make me remember. So we moved the second one actually here. Also the European research area, which is also have some channels like LinkedIn and X, and also Instagram program.
Wow.
Also we also put the reviews on there also. And also what we also follow those channels actually. And the other one, and European health. Actually, this is not basically related to our areas, but at least it has pillar 2, so this is why we follow those channels.
So they have also LinkedIn,
LinkedIn
and Twitter.
Also
okay.
X. And this is basically the explaining the events. Also, we also check the events that we want to follow and we want to attend to get some ideas about our research area. So we also follow those and also register for that activity. So
to get informed about new events.
Yeah, this is what basically we did actually. So,
okay. So maybe you would like to share that there is an info day taking place as far as I can see. The last slide. Yes. This one. This one here. This one. The last paragraph.
Yes, actually.
I think that's interesting.
Yeah, actually. We also register for that actually to be attend and to be informed on the activities also.
So this is the info day from which executive agency? The info day? Which one? From SINEA? RIA, Research Executive Agency. So RIA is responsible for, can you go to the first slide? Climate change, only climate change. First of all, go to the second slide, I think.
No, this is health one. This is the RIA.
Yeah. First. Okay, here. Okay. So, Research Executive Agency. So, on May 6th, when was the day? When was the date? 6th of May, eh?
6th of May.
So, if you are targeting any of those calls, it might be worth registering and joining, since not physically, virtually through the web link. All right, so I think many of you are interested on those pillars. So make sure that you attend that info day for them. Okay, perfect. Any questions on that? Anything to commented by your colleagues?
And 22 days events. We already registered now.
Okay, good. A lot of work.
Yeah. Cluster 6. Yeah.
Nothing will escape now. I'm sure about that. Okay, an applause. Excellent. Next. Let's see.
Yes, hi. We don't have PowerPoint for there, so we go for 1.5.
Okay.
And so the idea part. So for the 7 principles, we wrote something for co-fund because we had preparation for that.
Co-fund, Marie Curie Sklodowska Actions Co-fund, which is creating a group of postdoc research in a specific topic, but it is called co-fund, which means you receive 50% from the Horizon Europe program and 50% from other resources.
Yes. So our co-fund proposals is about empowering women in IT, postdoctoral ITs actually. And so for the first one, it was about a key scientific, economic, or social challenge related to the targeted call topic. We wrote there's a severe underrepresentation of women in IT, especially in emerging fields like artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and data science. And there are also career progression barriers, like female PhDs less likely to transition from academia to industry. There's a glass ceiling effect in leadership positions, and technology is often designed from male perspective. And other challenge is wider implications, like jeopardizes EU's digital and green transformation goals. And it's also, there's the problems for sustainable development goals. There's a goal that for gender equality, and also this also have in EU policies. And also there's biased technologies with limited perspectives and represents both human rights and economic efficiency issue as the key challenges. So, and second one was mission and vision of you and your core team. So our mission in this project is leverage our team's diverse expertise from AI, cybersecurity, mathematics, and social and software sciences to create a transformative program enabling postdoctoral women researchers to attain leadership positions in IT. And our vision is create a European ecosystem where women are equally represented in technology leadership, significantly altering the gender balance in IT sector with the next decade. The third one was knowledge and solutions with high impact related to the targeted call topic. As scientific impacts, we have multidimensional mentorship ecosystem integrating our 4 areas of expertise. We have intersectional AI research program addressing biases at intersection of gender, ethnicity, and age. And as an economic impact, we have triple career development model, academic leadership track, industrial innovation track, and technological entrepreneurship track. And we also, as an economical impact, inclusive technology assessment certification, creating market incentives. As a social impact, we have digital participation modeling addressing systemic barriers, gender impact parameters for technology assessment, and evidence-based approach built on UGAIN research and experiences, which is a cost action we were attended before about empowering girls in IT. Fourth step was novel research, industry, or society based on related targeted call topic. For this, we have a dual path career mapping system, AI-powered career navigation tools enabling 360-degree career planning. And we have modular structures allowing dynamic transitions between sectors. And we also have transactional technology assessment framework, which covers comprehensive methodology considering multiple dimensions of diversity and machine learning powered analysis systems for inclusivity evaluation. As a 5-step, new horizons for research, industry, or society. For research, we have inclusive technology research paradigm, making diversity a fundamental starting point. And we have multidisciplinary technology research model influencing prestigious funding bodies. For industry, we have women-led innovation ecosystem transforming corporate structures and inclusivity standards across the technology value chain. And finally, for society, we have social innovation for digital inclusion, reducing inequalities, AI-driven policy development, addressing gender gaps, and new ethical standards for digital technologies centered on inclusivity. Yes.
Inclusivity.
For the 6th step, we have challenging but feasible to be achieved part. We have key challenges, recruiting sufficient women candidates with PhD in IT fields, because they're not many. Building effective cross-sector collaborations, it's also hard. Preparing researchers for the triple career system and ensuring long-term impact and sustainability. But we have feasibility factors like teams, unique composition, providing comprehensive expertise, co-fund structural advantages like duration, funding, and prestige, and growing interest in diversity in IT sector also advantage for us, and implementation roadmap with clear phases with risk mitigation strategies. And the last point was not possible to be implemented by others now part. we said our unique position, like we have a huge network from UGAIN, providing European-wide connections. We have evidence-based methodologies from extensive research publications. We have publications about this. And integrated research practice policy triangle demonstrated through our work, and sustainable pipeline model extending from K-12 to leadership positions. And about the knowledge transfer, we are documented best practices from school to university. We have this booklet. It can be uniquely extended to postdoctoral level, and connections with industry leaders like Google, Microsoft, through established platforms, and experience from prestigious conferences applied to program design.
Very good. Any tips that you would like to share with the rest about your process? Something that if someone wants to do that?
We had really hard time with novel research part. And also because we understand that we didn't understand, I mean, we noticed that we didn't understand that, so we asked you. The first two part was easy because we had
already worked on that?
Already those two.
Okay.
And but I think also, for example, when you said, ask me what part you didn't like, I think we can have, we will have more key challenges, and we need more solutions for that.
Okay.
And maybe we can also have, probably we need to change a couple of things through which part was it? Impact part. I think we need more.
Okay, perfect. But at least this is at a later stage. You checked all the 7. You make sure that your idea fulfills all the 7 checklists.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we have a question for you. I mean, do you think we did it right? I mean, are there the right statements at the right point?
Yes, that's okay. That's okay. Perfect. It's a starting point. So of course you will reformulate it in the process, but in 3 hours time, 2 hours time, it was more than enough. All right. You will go deeper when you will prepare first of all, from that, you check the 7 points. Now you need to prepare to summarize it in half a page, your idea. Because yes, it's too much now. Yes, for connection, exactly. Then you will use that information when you will be preparing the summary, the executive summary. And the impact, because the impact is something that we don't deal in the proposal summary, you will use it when you will be writing the grant application. But you will use all this information now. Yes? Not at this stage. Later. Later. It's too early now. All right. Okay. Perfect. We will finish and then. Okay. Let's have this one here. Let me see. So, if possible, not explain all the idea. If possible, say the process. And then if you manage to summarize all this into half page, please let us know on that also. Okay, they will answer that. They will answer.
Will be open, and we tried to find, but we had some problems. And then you shared the documents.
The draft work programs. These are that many of you now accessed, so to find out funding opportunities. Yes.
Then we specified our keywords. For example, one of them is coding. So we searched coding keywords on the document, and we find the call topic. This call will be open on May. Then we tried to write an idea with by using 7 principles. Then we summarized all the 7 principles, so that this idea is ready for us. And shortly we will produce a novel material by using coating and recycling techniques, and then maybe one day we will
apply the call.
Perfect. How did you manage to summarize these 7 checklists into one idea?
Yes, we asked that to you, and you said us you can use ChatGPT.
So what did you do that?
Yes.
It worked?
Yes, of course.
Yes. So what did you do? You uploaded in ChatGPT your 2 pages description of your idea?
Approximately 5 pages.
5 pages
and now,
of those 7 principles.
Yeah, and now we have only 1 page.
Okay.
Approximately 300 words.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
So now I will go here, and I would like this group to be with you also because you are working together. So if you want to comment something after that, you're more than welcome. All right. Yes. I think this works better.
I think it's okay.
No, I think this one.
Hey?
Yes.
Yes. We actually starting in the beginning from the Googling the name of the Horizon.
So what was your aim of your group?
My name is Mustafa, and the group is 4.616. It is widening action to
the Hop-on facility.
Yeah.
And there was also a question from the Zoom on that.
Yeah.
So maybe you will answer that also.
Yeah, that is actually we need to find the countries first of all. Who are the widening countries? That was the first question for us. If we want to join an ongoing project, which they don't have a widening country available on this project, we need to determine this. Who are the countries available in the widening group? There was 2 sections actually. It was surprise for me. We didn't understand these terms first. There was inside of Europe and outside Europe. That was the name of countries. In total, 15 countries inside of the widening countries available in Europe and Europe section, and the other ones is outside associate. It's called associate country, widening countries, 14 countries.
So in total, 29 countries.
In total,
29 countries,
29
perfect.
country. We have to check and find those countries in the list. Actually, we used in a dashboard how to enter the dashboard. Maybe now we can zoom in to the screen. Maybe if it is possible, I can describe it like this.
I think it's very challenging.
It is difficult. I try to explain. Just write to Google to the dashboard Horizon and the one link opening. You have to find that the project details in the list. Maybe you can simply section somewhere in the beginning. No, I couldn't find. Anyway, if you open similar like this camera, the dashboard, that is a cool link. It's the name. You reach from the project details in the opening web page. When you open this web page, it's first shock. It's where we put the country names. Actually, we make a lot of mistakes in this section. You enter the words of the countries on the list, 29 countries. It lost again. We enter again, and we try to make each of one and to enter this section because to experience how to use this dashboard. So it makes sense for us to get in some keywords to this section because you can limit it to the dashboard based on your search and especially your project name or which project types like a Horizon or MCG and all the type of the names from this section. But the first thing you have to choose pillar in the upper section, and you have to find the groups, especially global. Something like this is called
global challenges.
Global
It's pillar 2.
challenges, yes.
For pillar 2.
You have to choose that one, and then after you have to choose the country names. You should exclude the names from the list, and then you can don't forget to close this section because you can filtrate this section, close and open, and otherwise it lost again, and you have to start again to choose the countries. And you can download the list, a full list as an Excel from after choosing these countries. You can search from the kind of tool. And when we search, we find the list and the big list. And you can type the name from the project name, material, environment, and whatever you want. And there is another very short challenging thing. You have to enlarge the screen from the list. Can you show us that section? Not easy, but it's a full.
Yes, yes, it is shows now.
When you open that area, you have to push your finger to the screen, and you have to enlarge the screen. Otherwise, it's quite difficult to find. But we, in the environmental section, we found two projects available, ongoing project. We entered this project and see what is the time, and we have to check the country names list, is it correct or not, because you might make a mistake to choosing. We have to check correct all the countries available, just only Europe side, not any one countries available. After that, you can directly contact the coordinator. Is it possible to join as a HUPOM facility? Where we should go to the project. There was a number of the project in the
right-hand side corner.
Yes, exactly, right side section of the corner. Directly go to the Cordis section, the web page open, and when you see the period of time, when you start date and end date, you have to check this one because the project should be started in the first 1 or 2 years section to enter this as a hop-on action. Yeah, if it is still in ongoing or it's some project is dates already finalized, and you have to choose in the beginning of the list that makes help, and then you have to contact with the coordinator that helps you a lot to what you want, and you have to ask. Yeah.
So what?
How to enter at least,
so it is possible to exclude some countries.
Yes.
Yes, to exclude the widening countries. So the first step is identifying which are the widening countries, 29. Then you go to the Horizon dashboard. You exclude those countries from the project that you're looking for. And third thing is that you might want to look into the search topic if you're interested. If not, you have to look all of them. And secondly, fourthly, is that you can enlarge the window that you're looking for, and you go from the window, you can go to the Cordis website and then see whether the partners are confirmed that the partners are not from the widening countries. Exactly. One thing is when you're going to contact them, is to say, not I would like to participate in a hop-on project with you, is I was very much excited with your project. How can I contribute to you, to your project? Offer, and then you shall receive. Okay? And this is one way to do it, which is a little bit more complicated than the one that we will share here. But now you can look for projects that they are able to accept hop-on applications. There is another way to wait until the hop-on call is published, beginning of May, and then the European Commission will provide the list of all those projects that are eligible. But that might be too late. Nevertheless, we would like to hear also from you if you would like to share some views regarding that. Some views, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, maybe I followed a different way from you, but I don't know it's right or not. And during the searching strategy, I also consult with you, Nicholas. Thank you for your cooperation during the procedure. Firstly, I try to search the cluster 3 working program from the funding portal, and I searched the document list, and I found the work program. And from the work program, I try to search which subsections, which destination is perfect for our team at our department. And I also search some of the destination. And after that, I find some caption for each subsection. And after that, I try to search all this subsection through funding and tenders webpage. But it's a little bit time-consuming thing, because when you search the funding and tenders thing using the keywords belongs to the call, you will find many projects supported by the European Commission. And after that, I try to find the participants for each project, and I try to search which participant belongs to the widening area, or this project has some members from the widening area. And during that time, I ask you, do you propose something to me? And you say to me, you can look the training material you send us.
The draft programs again.
Yeah, and the training material, you can look the 36, page 36, because this slide also contains some draft program. And when you link the draft program link, you can list the files provided by you to us. But it's interesting for me because when I look the draft program for Horizon Widening Area, I can find the exact date for Hop-on facility, and I find that the beginning of May is the starting date for Hop-on facility, and it's good for me to locate it. But then I searched the funding and tenders portal, but I couldn't find the corresponding file provided by you to us. So after that, I tried to search the Google how you can find this draft document. And I find a website, sciencebusiness.net. And I believe that maybe this site can provide some draft program for the Horizon.
Not more than what you have already from the science business, no. Because you cannot find anything because it's not officially published. European Commission will officially publish their calls beginning of May.
But I couldn't find the draft program from the tenders portal.
You should never be able to find that because it's not an official information. Funding and tenders portal gives the official information. So you need to look in the internet, you look in my notes, and you have them there. Or you ask your NCP. They might be able to give it to you. From my contacts. Yes, I contact some people and they provide it, yes. Yes. But sometimes you can find some on the internet. Science business has some, for example, work programs. Yes, but not all of them.
But it's an important file for us because we don't know which exact time the call will open. So to find this from your document is important for us.
Yes, and always connect with your NCP. No, because you need still to, first of all, you have some contacts. You contact them. You cannot find the list of eligible projects yet.
Can I ask a question about it? Assume that we find a project.
A little bit louder.
Assume that we find a project, but this project has some participants from the widening area, but we can also maybe look the budget of the project, and maybe we can say that the budget is big, so maybe the coordinator can give some parts from the budget to us.
It will not happen.
So we find the projects who has no members
Exactly.
from the widening area. Okay.
Only. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, believe it or not, that's the end. Anything else that someone else would like to share? Celebrate, because it was 2 tough days, very intensive ones. So I would like to congratulate, first of all, TÜBİTAK for organizing that. I would like to congratulate Systemic Global with Gosde and IGAD and all the rest for all their support. I would like to congratulate the host of this, of the university also. It was very useful for everything. Also our team here that made everything here with the logistics, which was great. And of course, I would like to congratulate you and thank you all for your participation. Yes? Keep up the good work. All right. Any other questions? Please connect with me at LinkedIn, because if you have any questions, I can reply in 1 or 2 minutes. It will save you a lot of time. All right. LinkedIn, Floratos, that's my surname. You can find it easily. Okay. Thank you for that. Stay in touch and keep up the good work. Thank you.
So big thank